Good morning, everyone. My name is Luca Pingani, and I am senior lecturer at the University of Modena and Reggio Emilia in the north of Italy. I'm honored to be here as a chairman of this third oral presentation in the third evidence-based research conference organized by the Everbest Cost Action. And it's also my pleasure to introduce the co-chair of this third session. And first of all, sorry for my English is not so good, and also not probably sure I will not have the correct pronunciation of the name of the speakers, so be patient with me. And I'm honored to introduce Mersiha Mahmić-Kaknjo.
Hi, buongiorno Italia.
Great, your Italian is better than my English.
We will understand each other. Let the science speak. So thank you very much for introducing me. My name is Mersiha Mahmić-Kaknjo. I'm an MD, PhD, clinical pharmacologist from Zenica Cantonal Hospital in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We are going to have a very, very nice meeting. Thank you so much.
Great. And I think we can start immediately with the three presentations of this session that are all very interesting presentations that are about three different perspectives about evidence-based research. Three different perspectives from clinical point of view, from methodological point of view, and also from training point of view. I think that this different perspective can be very useful for all the participants. And before starting with the first one, I have to say thanks to the scientific committee member of this conference for their job and for organizing a very interesting conference. And I think we can start with the first presentation that is from Bratislava. And I'm very happy to introduce this presentation because the authors, I have the opportunity to meet the authors in the last participating meeting of Everbest Cost Action that was held in Bratislava, and was a great appointment, I think, for discussing about evidence-based research, to listen colleagues, to have opportunity of conversation and discussion, and so and incredibly well organized. And so it's my pleasure to introduce Michaela Kosticova with the presentation Online Training School in Evidence-Based Research. The other author are Jana, Babjakova, Rund, Thorsteinsson, and Hans Lund. Before starting the presentation, just a few words about a very simple concept, but very important. I think that one of the most important targets reached by Everbest, is the organization of training school that give the opportunity to young research to go deepen in methodological issue about research, but also for senior researchers that have the opportunity to refresh some methodological concept very important in our job. Actually, we'll start on the 1st of November, the 6th training school in evidence-based research organized by Everbest. It will be in asynchronous modality, so to give the opportunity to everyone to participate. And so it's my pleasure to introduce Michaela Kostikova and his lecture about online training school in evidence-based research. Thank you, Michaela.
And together with my colleagues from the Cost Everbest project, Jana Babjakova, Rund Thorsteinsson, and Hans Lund, we will present our experience and lessons learned from preparing, organizing, and conducting the online training school in evidence-based research. Training schools in EBR are the results of the activity 4 of the Working Group 2 within the EBR's cost action. The aim of training schools is to teach clinical researchers why and how to be evidence-based when justifying and designing a new study and when placing results from a new study in the context of existing knowledge. In total, 7 training schools, including more than 100 participants, have been planned during this cost action. However, due to the COVID pandemic, just the first training school was conducted face-to-face, and the others were or will be online. The first training school was conducted as 2 days face-to-face course in October 2019 in Tartu, Estonia. It was divided into 4 modules, and the aim was to introduce the participants the EBR concept and basic characteristic of a systematic review, the knowledge which are prerequisites to perform evidence-based research. Activities were conducted by 8 teachers and included lectures and small group activities. 37 participants completed the training school. The experience and feedback from the first training school was important for the designing and planning the next training school. The overall feedback from participants and teachers was positive. The main problems identified were the timing, more time needed for the practical tasks, and the need to change the structure of the training schools, with the greater emphasis placing on teaching the participants how to use the EBR approach. Moreover, due to the COVID pandemic, there was a need to move the training school to the online platform. So all the next training schools have been conducted online and the structure has been changed. The training school received its name, identifying a need for a new research study, and was divided into 2 phases and structured in 14 modules. Phase 1 consists of 4 modules, and it aims to enable participants to achieve basic knowledge about systematic reviews and the concept of EBR in healthcare research. Phase 1 is the prerequisite to Phase 2. Phase 2 consists of 10 modules, and it aims to enable participants to achieve basic knowledge and skills about how to find the relevant, up-to-date, high-quality systematic reviews and how to use the results from systematic reviews, including the end-user perspectives, to justify and design a new study. The first online training schools, 2, 3, and 4, have been divided in asynchronous and synchronous phase. Phase 1, with its 4 modules, was created as asynchronous course located at the Moodle platform of Comenius University in Bratislava and was opened from March to November 2021. It includes video presentations, readings, and tasks. The Phase 2 was conducted synchronously as a live training sessions with teachers at Zoom platform during the 2 days in April, May, and September 2021. In total, 47 participants have completed the training school 2, 3, and 4 and received the certificate of attendance. This represents almost 40% from all 121 participants that have been registered for these training schools. The feedback was collected through the online questionnaire forms in Moodle. Regarding the asynchronous Phase 1, the participants gave the positive feedback on the structure, materials, and methodology. Some of them reported technical problems, and for beginners, some modules, also from Phase 2, were difficult to understand. The main challenge of the Phase 2, which was conducted 2 days live at Zoom, was the time. Here the participants preferred to have a 3-day course to have more time for practical tasks and discussion. On the other side, for the teachers and moderators, 2 days were time-consuming and it was the problem with their availability. One of the preferences was to make the training school completely asynchronous online course. Based on this feedback and in line with the targets of the EBR cost action, the next training schools 5, 6 and 7 have been transformed to asynchronous 2 phases course. To guarantee the sustainability of the course and technical support, the course has been moved to the Canvas platform of Western Norway University of Applied Sciences in Bergen. It was designed as self-enrollment course and will be open for 2 months in July, November this year and in February next year. 2 one-hour live Zoom Q&A sessions with teachers are planned during each of the training school. Now the 5th training school is open. And here is the first preliminary statistics from the 5th training school by the date of the 31st August. In total, 53 students have been self-enrolled in the course. However, just 1 student completed the course and 1 student almost finished the course. 2 students completed the phase 1, modules 1 to 4, and 35 students have viewed some pages in the course. We organized the Zoom Q&A session on the 24th of August with 2 students taking part in. The next Q&A session is planned on 16th of September, and then the course will be closed and open again in November as the 6th training school. So, what we have learned from online training school in EBR? Firstly, that there is a need to conduct the training school as a 2-phase course, with phase 1 focusing on the prerequisite knowledge needed to understand EBR concept, and phase 2 teaching the students how to perform evidence-based research. Secondly, we identified that there are a lot of challenges to run the training school synchronously. The time strain and the availability of teachers and moderators are the main problems. So the future plan is to design the training school in EBR as completely asynchronous 2 phases online course, which will be available also after the end of course action as a massive open online course. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Michaela, for this so interesting presentation. And I think that in this presentation are very targeted the very important topic about EBR cost action and the importance of having a training course inside our cost action. So I kindly ask to Mersiha if we have some questions in chat, or also I just will I have 2 questions from Michaela, but I wait for other questions from the chat.
We have 1 question from Malgorzata. Why do you think so many participants have not completed the modules?
Yes, nice to see you all. Yes, we have discussed this also during our meeting in Bratislava. There are several reasons. Some are practical, some are technical. So we will try to improve this for the next training school. One maybe practical reason was that this training school was started during the holidays. It was this one, and so we started in July the first time. Also the way of the promotion of this training school, maybe we also one reason. I'm happy to now inform you that now we have 100 registered for the next training school. So I'm happy about this because we do like a bigger promotion. We send link, improve maybe the self-enrollment because there were some technical problems. We create the better instructions how to enroll in the training school. We have a support technical from Western Norway University. So I think we will have more participants who will complete the next training school.
That's excellent, Michaela. Thank you so much. We have one more question. It is first, congratulations for a great work you're doing with training schools. There is a nurse who works in caring homes, and she asks if module M1 is suitable for nurse assistants.
It's like the training school is for researchers. So if you are involved in some kind of research, definitely, because as I mentioned, the first modules are about, also it is quite important, like prerequisite knowledge, what are systematic reviews, how to work with systematic reviews, how to search, how to evaluate the quality of systematic reviews, that's fine. And then the second part is more focused on EBR approach, how to involve this and how to use it. So yes, we have some feedbacks, and I mentioned this, that for some maybe beginners, completely beginners, it's a little bit difficult, some modules, but you are really welcome, because we have also Q&A sessions. You can ask questions, you can repeat. This is asynchronous course. You can play around the videos. You can do the task, there are right answers there, so you can check your answer and the right answer. So I think, yes, and it's open for 2 months, so definitely.
It's not the main intention for nurses, but anyone can try, and maybe that could be a starting point to introduce oneself to research. Thank you, Michaela, so much. Marlene says thank you to all of us. So maybe thank you, Michaela. Hope to see you soon. And Luca, can we move to the other presentation?
You need to unmute, Luca.
Sorry. And I have a question for Michaela, and sorry for this interruption. I was very impressed by this training school, and I asked to Michaela if she think this format can be used as a spin-off from ever-best cost action for, I don't know, future association or other kind of yeah, for example, an association that give training to people. I think we have a very strong value with this training activities. Can you think that after every single cost action finishes, it's normal, but you think that this format can continue as a spin-off?
Yes, definitely. We already discussed this one. We are going to continue with the training school. We have to discuss how to manage this one, and this is one way why it is under the Norway University of Applied Sciences. But yes, I'm also interested to run this training school because it's very useful. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and also for this news that is, I think, a signal that the job done by ever-best cost action will continue also after the cost action is finished. Okay, and thank you, Michaela, and thank you to all the working group from the Comenius University in Bratislava. And I think that there is a very logic pathway between these three different presentations. This first one was about training, and we can continue with a more clinical presentation, but that continues what Michaela was saying. In evidence-based medicine, in evidence-based research, is very important to identify a need for a new research study. This for a lot of problems that we have, for example, wasting money on the wasting time of researcher and so on. In this presentation made by Troels Madsen, Karsten Juhl, Robin Christensen and Hans Lund, we have the opportunity to enter in a specific clinical context. The title of the speech is Limited Use of Systematic Reviews when Justifying New Studies and Contextualizing New Results in Randomized Controlled Trials on Exercise Intervention for Knee Osteoarthritis, a Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis of Randomized Trial. And so it's my pleasure to continue this conversation with the presentation of Troels. And as we have just done with the great co-chairman Mersiha, at the end we can have a question about this presentation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Troels Madsen. Thank you for tuning in to my short talk on some preliminary results from our new study. Trials and exercise interventions for knee osteoarthritis rarely justify their research aim or contextualize study results in the context of a systematic review. A meta-research study based on a systematic review of randomized controlled trials. Why have we chosen to conduct this study? First, Oatman et al. In 2013 found in a systematic review that as of 2002, sufficient evidence had accumulated to show a significant benefit of exercise for knee osteoarthritis symptoms, and that further trials published after 2002 were likely to change this estimate. Some years later, Verhagen et al. 2019 found a similar result and stated that trials in exercise for knee osteoarthritis published after 2010 were at higher risk of being unethical, as new trials would be unlikely to change the overall effect size estimate for exercise. Yet, as you will see in a minute, trials have and are still being published. The second reason, prior meta-research studies on justification and contextualization have largely been conducted with cross-sectional designs. We expected that a systematic review design would provide a more complete representation of referral practices and allow systematic assessment of use of systematic reviews in relation to specific study characteristics and study quality. Therefore, the aim was to assess the frequency of appropriateness of inclusion of systematic reviews to justify research aim, inform study design, and support contextualization of trial results in randomized controlled trials and exercise interventions for knee osteoarthritis. To answer this question, we designed a systematic review with a new original search to identify all relevant randomized controlled trials on any land-based exercise intervention for any type of knee OA. We searched bibliographic databases, conducted citation tracking on included studies, and checked reference lists in all included studies. We included all randomized controlled trials on commonly recommended land-based exercise interventions for treatment of knee osteoarthritis compared to any comparator. We included studies with any type of an EOA population or any duration of symptoms. Studies that included a combination of osteoarthritis from other joint areas were also included if NEOA specific data was available. We excluded studies with cluster randomized trial designs and crossover designs and secondary analysis for original trials to aid interpretation of results and simplify analysis. The primary outcomes of interest were the total number of systematic reviews cited in the introduction section of the trial, the use of systematic reviews to justify the study and inform study design in the introduction section of the included trial, the use of systematic reviews to interpret study results in the discussion section of the included trial. Secondary outcomes were the proportion of appropriate justification and contextualization by publication year, total sample size, risk of bias, and the reported effect size estimates for pain. We assessed justification as follows. First, we counted the total number of referrals to systematic reviews in the introduction section of the included trial. Then we assessed the appropriateness of justification for the research aim and study design. Proper justification entail that authors refer to all relevant evidence to the research question in the form of an evidence synthesis of relevant studies or systematic review of previous similar trials. Prior research should provide the starting point for authors to assess whether the research question has already been answered elsewhere or if there's a substantial overlap with existing research. Therefore, we assess the study as providing appropriate justification when they use a systematic review explicitly to justify the value of the study and inform study design. We assess the study as providing partly appropriate justification when the authors referred to a systematic review but did not explicitly use the review to inform justification of the study or to design the study. We assess the study as providing not appropriate justification if they made no reference to a systematic review. To assess appropriateness of contextualization, We define contextualization as the attempt by authors to place the result of their study in the context of existing evidence to evaluate implication for clinical practice, highlight contribution of their study, and recommend priorities for future research. Appropriate contextualization was assessed when authors attempted to discuss implication of study results in the context of a systematic review and provided recommendations for future research and clinical practice. We assessed the study as providing partly appropriate contextualization when authors compared the results to prior evidence but provided no discussion of reasons for possible differences in study results, nor implications for research and/or clinical practice. We assessed the study as providing not appropriate contextualization when authors only stated results of prior studies and did not attempt to discuss the study results in the context of prior evidence. Finally, we assessed possible associations between appropriateness of justification and contextualization with year of publication, total sample size, risk of bias assessed with ROB-Tool 2, and we conducted a meta-analysis and meta-regression analysis to assess reported effect size estimates for pain. Overall, 268 studies were included in this preliminary analysis, identified through database searches, forward citation tracking, and reference searches. The preliminary results of this study show that 73% of included trials reference at least one systematic review, but only 31.7% of authors integrated the review to support the value of the research aim and to inform study design. 157 trials, 58.8% total trials, did not reference a systematic review in the introduction section. For contextualization, we found that 68 studies, 26% total studies, attempted to integrate study results narratively with a systematic review. 274.6% of total studies made no apparent attempt to integrate study results in the context of a systematic review. Only 53, 19.8% total studies discussed study results in context of existing evidence in systematic review and provided recommendations for clinical practice and future research. And 183, 68.3% of studies did not refer to a systematic review to discuss reasons for possible differences or similarities of study results and did not provide recommendations for clinical practice and/or future research. Additional analyses for justification indicated that trials with less appropriate justification reported smaller sample sizes, were generally assessed with higher risk of bias, and reported markedly higher effect size estimates compared to trials with more appropriate justification. Similar results were found for contextualization, where trials with less appropriate justification reported smaller sample sizes, were generally assessed with higher risk of bias, and generally reported slightly larger effect size estimates compared to trials with more appropriate contextualization. Summing up, Verhagen 2019 stated that studies on general exercise interventions for knee osteoarthritis published after 2010 could be deemed unethical because new studies were unlikely to change the overall effect estimates for exercise found in Cochrane reviews. Using this estimate, 125 out of 188 studies, that is 66.5% of studies published after 2010, could be deemed redundant and therefore unethical. Trials with less appropriate justification and contextualization reported smaller sample sizes, larger effect estimates, and were generally assessed with higher risk of bias compared to trials with more appropriate justification and contextualization. Authors of clinical studies should systematically and transparently identify the present evidence before engaging in new studies. The inclusion of patients in a trial where the present best evidence is not assessed is a waste of resources, unethical, and scientifically unacceptable. The evaluation of all studies related to the same clinical research question, exercise for patients with knee osteoarthritis, showed not only a bigger problem in referring to the existing evidence, but also indicated a relationship between smaller total sample sizes, higher risk of bias, and larger effect size estimates reported, and a lack of appropriate justification and contextualization of included studies. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And I think a very interesting presentation from Troels Madsen and all from this research group from Denmark. And I'm very impressed by, in particular, the main results of this research, because I think that a study like this, I think, should reflect all those who do research. I think we have a problem, and I think that our cost action, ever-based cost action, try not to solve it is impossible, but also to fight against this big problem. As Troels said, we have about 58% of trial that did not use systematic review, and also about the 74% of studies did not attempt to contextualize study results. And this is a bad practice. And I think that as a researcher, we have to reflect about this data. And I think we have to be grateful to Troels and all this research group that give us the opportunity to reflect on it. And we have the opportunity, Troels is sick and so is not present. And we have the opportunity to ask information about this study, questions to Professor Hans Lund, who is also the chair of the Everbreast Cost Action. And so, Mersiha.
So Hans, this presentation is very interesting. We have many questions. There is one from Malgorzata. In view of Professor Savulescu talk this morning, have you looked at the ethical issues in new studies?
Thank you, Marcus. That's a good question. I think that looking at whether they had justified or contextualized their study is really looking at the ethical issues, so to speak. And if you have examples of studies where they actually were using systematic review, for example, to justify or to inform the design of the study, or even maybe to interpret or place the results in the context of existing evidence, then they are doing an ethical good thing. So in that way, they indirectly are doing the ethical thing relevant in that way. So yes, I think we have really looked at that. But of course, I don't think any of the authors have stated that due to ethical basic reasons, we have to do so and so. I don't think anyone have formulated in that way so directly, but looking at these issues, we have looked upon the ethical issues, yes.
Okay, thank you, Hans. And there is one more question. Everything is integrated together and everything comes together at the end. There is a question from Michaela. Could the lack of awareness and knowledge of clinical researchers about systematic reviews and evidence-based research be one reason why there are so little referrals to them?
Yes, I think that's spot on, and also what Ariane Verhagen were indicating this morning, that in many cases when you're talking about smaller clinical studies, those who are taking initiative to do those studies are often clinicians who have find it necessary for them to find an answer to this question, and they have maybe not been participating in any formal research education, for example, a PhD, maybe not even a master program in research. So there's a very big lack of knowledge among the clinicians. And I really think that this point is important for the EBR network in the future, that we really should look how to include the clinicians, because many of them will sooner or later do a clinical research study. And it would be very nice that also the clinicians are aware of this. So I think it is, for me, it was really an eye-opener to include the clinicians just as well. Also with the question we have before about the training school from the nurses, because you will have a lot of different professions and different levels of education that are interested in doing this. So very good point. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. I have one more question for Hans, and this is just a little provocatory, but I think is necessary to face up with this to the other side of the moon, because this presentation is a challenge for who made research in not only in clinical context, epidemiology, and so on. But from the other side, this data prove that there are also editor and publisher that decided to publish paper that decided not to follow the principle of evidence-based research. What is your idea about this issue? I think we, as researchers, we have to speak with the publisher. They are not the enemy, sure, but from the other side, they are also important, very important. And what is your idea about this topic?
It's quite clear to me that Clara Brunhuber and I, in 2019, we had meetings with a lot of editors of many different journals, and the knowledge about this was not very big. So I think that even though that some of the leading journals, I mean, the Lancet, for example, have for years, I think maybe even for 20 years, they have talked a lot about this and tried to do what they can to help it. And I think that goes for the BMJ similarly, and other big journals are doing that. But, you know, I think it is around maybe 25,000 and even more journals just within health research. And in that way, you will not be able to reach out to all, and which also the survey prepared by Working Group 1 in the evidence cost action have identified many thousands editors, but only less than 50 were answering the request to participate in the survey. So it can be very difficult to reach out and do this. So I think we have a lot of work ahead of us, as Livia put it yesterday. But I think by by taking the leading journals and ask them, maybe the leading funding agencies, and maybe approaching the educational institution, we can maybe both change some of the leading, and they can show a way, and we can also make a change in the new generations coming up and doing research.
Great. I perfectly agree with you. Thank you very much for your also for bringing your experience in this debate. Thank you so much. Well, Mersiha, if we have no more questions, we can move to the last presentation.
Okay, you asked what I wanted to know about the editors. Thank you for that question. I think there is a lot of room for editors, maybe put it more, emphasize it more in instructions to authors and maybe some academies for authors, etc. Thank you so much. There are no more questions from the floor, so we can move to the next presentation.
Great. And the last one, continuing our pathway from training to clinical context, we can pass to the last presentation that is about a very strong methodological point, and is about network meta-analysis, and in particular about a specific new tool that was developed by this research group that is from Canada, United Kingdom, and also from and Canada, and about the development of a new risk of bias tool for network meta-analysis. We know that between in the pyramid of evidences, the secondary studies are at the top of the pyramid, and also network meta-analysis, in particular, some kind of meta-analysis like individual participant data meta-analysis or network meta-analysis represent the best evidence that a researcher can produce for a clinical setting and for who work in clinical setting, and also represent very strong, difficult methodology to apply for this kind of research. We have the opportunity to listen directly from Carole Lunny, the development of this very interesting instrument that is useful to evaluate the risk of bias in the study that will be used for network meta-analysis. And so we can start this last presentation, and as we have just done, we can have the question at the end of the presentation.
Hello, my name is Carole Lunny with St. Michael's Hospital at the University of Toronto and the Cochrane Hypertension Group at the University of British Columbia. I'm based remotely out of Squamish, British Columbia, Canada. And today I'll be talking about the development of a new risk of bias tool for network meta-analysis on behalf of myself and my co-authors. Please tweet us at Carole_Lunny and use the hashtag NMA. So we've received funding for this project through a 2021 successful CIHR project grant, which covers 3 years of funding. We have no conflicts of interest to declare, and we wish to acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations on which the research operates in Squamish, British Columbia. Our project team consists of the steering committee, our stakeholders, and the working group. The steering committee consists of myself, Julian Higgins, Ian White, Sophia Diaz, Andrea Trico, Brian Hutton, R.G. Veroniki, Jim Wright, and Penny Wedding. We're also working with students and an international group of stakeholders who will help us in our dissemination efforts. So for background, network meta-analyses can compare all treatments for a condition, whereas traditional meta-analysis can only compare 2. Network meta-analyses provide evidence to clinicians faster than traditional meta-analyses due to the dearth of evidence from head-to-head comparative studies. For example, researchers recently showed that prostaglandins would have been identified 7 years earlier as the most effective drug class in lowering intraocular pressure for open-angle glaucoma if an NMA had been done at that time. So NMAs can help patients and their care providers choose the treatments that's most important to them based on side effects and efficacy of all treatments. So why is it important to assess network meta-analyses for bias using a risk of bias tool? Without a risk of bias tool for network meta-analyses, knowledge users will not be able to know if an NMA is at low risk of bias and whether to trust the results. So multiple network meta-analyses are published on the same topic, and choosing from conflicting NMAs is impossible without a risk of bias tool. So in the study by Metrics authors on the right, the authors found 28 NMAs on the treatment for rheumatoid arthritis, all with differing, conflicting, and discordant results. So if an NMA is at risk of bias and inappropriate methods are used, the validity of the findings can be compromised, which can then impact on patient treatment and care. Conceptual decisions were made about the tool by the steering committee, about the type of tool we want to develop. They were, first of all, we wanted to use a domain-based structure with signaling statements to make the tool easier to understand and more transparent. And the statements are answered with the options yes, probably no, no, or no information. Risk of bias judgments follow from the answers to the signaling statements being low risk, some concerns, or high risk of bias. So our tool is intended to supplement an assessment of the biases in an underlying evidence review, which ideally would be a systematic review. And ROBUS is currently the only tool designed to assess biases in systematic reviews, and so our tool is designed to complement a ROBUS assessment. Finally, our tool will be used in NMAs of all study designs, not just randomized controlled trials. So our definition of a network meta-analysis was a synthesis of evidence on the relative effects of 3 or more interventions simultaneously. And the purpose of our risk of bias tool is to assess the degree to which the review methods lead to a risk of bias in the review conclusions and the results. We aim to provide a tool to assess biases and limitations in the way in which the analysis was planned, analyzed, and presented, including the way in which the evidence was assembled. If these methods were inappropriate, we thought that the validity of the findings would be compromised. So here, this table shows that several tools are designed with different purposes. Some for assessing reporting quality or reporting comprehensiveness, and some for assessing the quality of conduct. But none were designed to assess the risk of bias in network meta-analyses. So for critically appraising the quality of reviews, the AmStar2 checklist is the most commonly used tool for systematic reviews, and it aims to evaluate the quality of conduct of reviews with pairwise meta-analysis. The ROBUS is a domain-based tool which is used to assess the risk of bias in systematic reviews, results, and conclusions based on pairwise meta-analysis. To assess the reporting quality of network meta-analyses, users could use the Prisma NMA checklist or the NICE DSU checklist. And then finally, to assess the quality of conduct, users could use the 2014 iSPOR checklist. However, due to important methodological advances in the field of NMA, the iSPOR checklist published in 2014 is currently outdated. So for our purposes, there has been no risk of bias tool for network meta-analyses developed to date, so we are doing that right now. So we'll now move on to the risk of bias in an NMA tool development. Our objectives.
Okay, I think that the presentation was in pause. We can.
We're looking into it now. Just
Perfect.
give us a few seconds.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Sure.
you.
When it comes to the methodology.
On to the methodological review of items. We included articles that described items used to assess bias in network meta-analysis and searched Medline, Cochrane, methods collections, and gray literature. We extracted characteristics of NMA tools or methods, and the items were initially extracted verbatim. We then determined if the item would be included if it was potentially relevant to bias quality or reporting in NMAs. It was also excluded if the item pertained to a general systematic review method covered by AmStar or ROBUS. For the analysis, we grouped items that were similar, split complex items so that each covered a single concept, and we categorized them as related to NMA specific biases and grouped them into domains. Screening and data extraction, 59 studies were included, yielding 14 tools, checklists or standards, 12 guidance documents, 26 articles related to bias or methods, and 7 papers assessing the quality of NMAs. A final list of 22 items were included, which were converted to 22 concepts, which were just basically statements. And they were categorized into 3 domains: network characteristics, effect modifiers, synthesis, and interpretation. And finally, items were entered this past summer into a Delphi survey for experts to get their opinion on whether the items should be included or excluded. So the next study we conducted was a multi-round Delphi survey with network meta-analysis experts to select items to include in the tool. So the Delphi method is a consensus group method used to synthesize expert opinions when evidence is lacking, limited, or contradictory. So we use Qualtrics as a survey tool and got ethics approval through the University of British Columbia. We conducted 2 rounds of surveys, and the steering group suggested experts in NMA and bias. We ended up emailing 50 experts. The survey contained 22 of the items based on and rated on importance using a 5-point Likert scale, and items that were included based on 70% agreement among Delphi respondents. Items comments were discussed by the committee, and items were reworded finally into concepts. Participated in round 1 and 22 in round 2. So here in the table, the first column indicates whether the item was included based on 70% agreement. Blank responses and unable to score responses were not counted in the denominator. And finally, 7 out of 22 concepts did not reach agreement in round 2. We conducted a survey to ask decision makers about the structure and development of the tool. Again, for this survey design, we used Qualtrics and got ethics approval through UBC. The survey ran this summer. We tried to recruit any type of decision maker and institution producing NMAs. Our recruitment was through emails of participants through UBC Method Speaker Series. We also advertised through social media. We invited anybody basically to take our survey, and we included 12 closed and 10 open-ended questions, which were anonymous. The average time to take the survey was 2 minutes, and denominators were taken as the number who provided a response to the question. So the results of the survey were that 2,734 emails were sent out, and then 297 or 14% were complete and were included in our analysis. A lot of the respondents had several roles that they identified with, mostly being systematic review or academic. And then third most prevalent was clinician or allied healthcare provider or guideline developer. About 10% were journal editors. And about 75% said that their organization or institution produced systematic reviews with network meta-analysis. Again, 65% said that they used network meta-analysis as a source of evidence in decision-making. And the majority said that they would like a tool to analyze both individual results and conclusions in network meta-analyses. So now we'll just take a little preliminary look at the structure of the risk of bias NMA tool. Here is a preliminary look at the structure of the tool. However, the content has not been finalized, so I can't present the questions or the statements today. So there's 3 domains to the tool, seen here on the left: network characteristics, effect modifiers, and synthesis. So domain 1 contains 4 signaling statements, domain 2 contains 3 signaling statements in yellow, and domain 3 in blue has 7 signaling statements. After answering the signaling statements in each domain, the assessor then answers 2 overall judgment statements, seen here in green, and finally makes an overall judgment of low, high, or unclear risk.
It seems that we have technical problems again. It got stuck again. Is it going to be finished soon?
It seems like the video is lacking sound, I'm afraid. We are trying to. It's something with the video itself, it's not the playing of it.
It's very hard video.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky.
It's from very hardcore methodological area to Delphi studies. Carole is a very, very interesting person. I'm sure a lot of people will have a lot of questions for her.
Yeah, I guess the rest of the sound is not with us, I'm afraid. Yeah, I can see there's not too many seconds left, but we'll try to jump a bit.
Failed to incorporate methodological. In conclusion, rigorously developed methodological and reporting tools for NMAs published from 2012 to 2014 are now outdated and fail to incorporate methodological advances in NMA conduct. So our new tool will be current and aims to incorporate new advances. Our methodological review of item yielded 22 concepts. Our Delphi and decision maker survey were conducted this past summer to further refine the items in the tool. And these studies provided the groundwork for the development of a new tool to assess the bias in network meta-analysis, which will provide a way to choose NMAs that are at the lowest risk of bias. Our future work will be to do pilot testing, and if you're interested, please get in touch with me to be part of that. I thank you for your attention, and
I think it's normal to have some bias in research and also to have some bias in a video. Absolutely no probs. We can continue our session. This was the last video. Unfortunately, Carole is not present, will join us this afternoon. And so, Mersiha, what do you think? I think that we can have the opportunity to spend for one or question or two just for finishing this session. Also about all the three presentations, just to have a different perspective from the participant. What do you think?
I see no more questions, but if you have any concluding
great
thought.
Okay, and also because lunch is coming, and so it's important to have a good food. And so I think that in this session we have the opportunity to understand some of the main topic about evidence-based research, and also about the topic that during the Everbreast cost action we have the opportunity to work on. First of all, training, education and training, with the presentation of Michaela. And also I think it's important to remember that the new training school will start in the 1st of November. And so everyone is invited, and a great job from Michaela and all the Bratislavas team. Evidence-based research is not only training, but is also clinical practice, and also is using evidence-based information, literature for a correct clinical practice. And with the presentation of Troels Madsen, we have the opportunity to reflect about the bias that we had between a lot of research done, but not always conducted in using evidence-based research principles. And for the last presentation, this is my impression. It's very hard work to work on methodology, but I think it's impressive to see how researchers are working to implement instrument, tool, technologies that we used for our research activities. And probably I think we have to be grateful for these people who make a very strong and hard work, and we use their tools every day in our research activity. And at the end, it's my pleasure to have chaired this session with Mersiha, and thank you very much. And also a special thanks to Thale Asli, because it's very hard to have a conference online. Problems happens is life, in real life, and also in web conferences. You do a great job. Thank you very much for your assistant. Very great job.
Thank you.
And thank you to all the participants. And also from me, thank you to all my friends present that I have the opportunity to see from in the participant, from Hans to my Gorzata, Clara, and so on. It's very nice to see you again, and hope to see you in the future for our other interesting activities. Thank you so much. The conference continue at 1:30 p.m. with a lecturer of Jeremy Grimshaw about introducing the Global Commission on Evidence, chaired by Hans Lund. I think is a great, is a very important lecturer, very interesting, and so I think we will see us for this new lecture. Thank you so much, and have a good lunch and a great continue of conference.
Thank you, Luca.
Hello, everyone. We just give 5 minutes more. There's a little delay. Just wait 5 minutes more. Okay, it seems that we have some problems with the next session here. Our suggestion is that we are moving the lightning talks to now. Is that possible for Joanna and Jana as chairs to take the session now?
I'm here.
Very good. So I think we should go directly to the lightning talks, and if Jeremy shows up later, we can take that after the lightning talk and before the break around 2:30. So please, Joanna and Jana, take over the session.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Maybe now it will be a bit better. Hi, everyone. I'm honored to chair this session together with Jana. Actually, when I was going through this abstracts which are prepared for this session, I was really excited to read that titles, that's my great pleasure to introduce our first presentation of Parisa Gazerani from Oslo Metropolitan University. With this presentation will regard to very actually exciting topic connected with innovation measures which can be introduced into evidence synthesis, and welcome. And yeah.
Hello everyone, welcome to this short presentation. My name is Parisa Gazerani, and I'm an associate professor from the Faculty of Health Sciences at Oslo Metropolitan University, Norway. I have nothing to disclose related to this presentation. We hypothesize that innovation measures can be integrated into a health-related evidence-based synthesis, and here I'm presenting the study idea. This hypothesis has been formulated on the ground of the limited available literature. Nowadays, evidence-based synthesis is practiced through various methods, one of which is systematic reviews. Systematic reviews, often combined with meta-analysis, can guide high-quality, effective, and safe interventions within the health sector, for example, medical practice. To enhance the quality and reliability of systematic reviews, several factors have been implemented by the use of different tools. For example, the inclusion of the level of uncertainty and the quality of the studies. The table here shows several other factors that are proposed valuable, such as feasibility, costs of implementation, and sustainability. However, measures of innovation in evidence synthesis are largely lacking. Therefore, we aim at identifying potential measures of innovation that can also be considered. For instance, the impact of innovation has been outlined in the figure here with 6 steps, from ideation, about problem solving, to proof of concept, scaling, and sustainability or adoption in a larger ecosystem. We therefore questioned how innovation can be demonstrated or scaled while performing a systematic review with or without meta-analysis, and if this impact scale can be used for this purpose by including principles such as justification, coordination, and dynamic evaluation. To fulfill the aim, we considered 2 main methodologies. First, to perform a gap analysis in the existing literature to identify factors that can influence the measure of innovation, its potential value, and importance of innovation in evidence synthesis. Second, to perform a group interview with carefully selected participants who contribute to open discussions on the identified factors and ways for implementation. We will follow the 6 steps for a focused group interview as it is presented here, including report generation and outlining the action plan. The current status of this project is that we have outlined the study protocol for the conduction of the literature analysis and focus group interview. Based on the result of this phase related to innovation measures, in the next phase of the project, a systematic review will be performed on the health topic of prevention and treatment of chronic pain. This example is to present the feasibility of extracted factors in association with the implementation and success of innovative intervention studies. As it is summarized in the figure, a diverse and innovative range of treatment options for pain are presented, from digital therapy to holistic approaches of mind-body treatment. To conclude at this stage, we expect to identify elements from characteristics of innovation to diffusion and implementation process. Some of the expected factors can be seen in this table related to characteristics of innovation itself and to diffusion and implementation. We estimate that our study will help in the prioritization and synthesis of guidelines or action points considering innovation measures in health evidence. We propose that this may enhance the value of health synthesis, for example, systematic reviews across different health-related contexts. Thanks very much for your kind attention.
Yeah, really topic very interesting, and actually not very popular. But actually, maybe I really would like to ask that question. When this idea came to your mind, and what was the motivation actually to start this topic?
Yes, hello. Thank you so much for the conference and also giving the opportunity to present the idea, because it is actually a little bit like for and against about this idea implementation in health synthesis or documentation. It has started factually from the as starting a new course in our master program in pharmacy about innovation in health. Like this is the name of the course, and then the students were asked to identify some mini project or some thematic ideas to work during the semester. And the question started that, okay, what is innovative and what is innovation, and how innovation in health can be actually understood with different sectors or stakeholders, because from my point of view, from academic point of view or business point of view, might have some differentiation. And also like the impact and sustainability that are always asked. So it came to the basically a little bit of literature search with the student, and we thought that it is mentioned very much actually in the many research that it is an innovative idea or it's an innovative study, or we found this innovation. Specifically for my field, I'm a pain researcher. So it was every time there was a new research coming out, it was innovative. But is that word actually meant something, or so the question started at how would we actually try to find a scale or something, a standard that can look into it and identify, is it innovative, is it not? And if it is innovative, what would be the impact on sustainability or use, or maybe cost, health effect, any other impact that it can have. So it is at the level of the idea and planning the protocol. So I don't have the result to present, but hopefully will come later.
I'm just thinking a bit if that would not be a bit discouraging later on when everything will develop. I mean, all these scales, I mean, a bit discouraging for new young researchers, because many times I've heard that young researchers, they are waiting to catch some interesting topics, but it usually develops after some time. So that probably
totally agree. It's actually the motivation was not to demotivate any young talented. So I think from the original point of view, if there is any original research to be planned or designed or conducted, there is no doubt that they can actually identify new ideas and test it. But it was just for this kind of like meta research, or going back and then identified some kind of conclusive to give, for example, recommendation for healthcare or adoption of the new treatment methods for strategies, for example, specifically in the field of the pain management for chronic pain patient, and that what would be the like a sustainable, because often it comes as it is innovative, but later on when we use the like a kind of meta research to aggregate and then give like a next step, maybe way or ideas, or even for the recommendation for the clinicians or healthcare system, it's a little bit of lacking that where it stands and which one would be, how would we choose. And I know that all of the other elements, as it was presented in the table, they are very valuable. But this element of innovation, it always comes in a kind of question mark. So that was the idea, to see that is it at all actually feasible to go back and identify that which one is, it's like, for example, we have this scale for the grading of the evidence that is now very well defined and accepted by the community, that we are going, for example, this pyramid of evidence and grading them from A to like lower. Is that any kind of similar type that we can say this is highly innovative or middle innovative or low innovative, or something like that? So it's just a curiosity to identify, is it feasible at all or not? Because we couldn't find anything in relation to this research question in the literature ourselves. So it's a kind of little groundbreaking. So it might be challenging. I do agree.
And it also can be actually the starting point for a very powerful tool, actually, against research waste as well. And
yeah,
that can be very useful also for
I hope so.
journals to select studies that can be, really interesting. Yeah, that's why when I saw this topic, it was like, whoa. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope soon we will hear some new results and some, maybe new tool. soon.
Definitely.
Okay, so maybe let's move to our next topic, which will be presented by our scientist from Bosnia, Mersiha Mahmić-Kaknjo. Welcome, Mersiha, and yeah, please present your article.
Hello, my name is Mersiha. I'm a clinical pharmacologist from Cantonal Hospital Zenica, and I'm going to present the preliminary results of a Delphi study. Systematic reviews are invaluable pieces of evidence, and tremendous resources are spent on producing and updating systematic reviews. Our Delphi study was informed by two studies conducted on behalf of Kosticova by Barbara Nussbaumer-Streit and Moriah Allen. Our aim was to identify the most promising areas and methods to improve efficient systematic reviews, production, and updating. A Delphi study was designed to reach our aim. We used Lime Survey, which is an online survey tool, and in specific mode, not collecting IP addresses, in order to protect panelists' privacy. We also used NVivo 12 Plus, Microsoft Excel 2013, and SPSS to analyze qualitative and quantitative data we gathered from this survey. In this research, we conducted 2 rounds of a Delphi survey. First round of a Delphi study was conducted in November and December 2021 with 55 experienced systematic reviews authors that have been invited to participate. In the first round, we got 60% of panelists that completed the survey. The first round consisted of 7 demographic questions and 19 topic questions. Each of them had 2 parts. The first part was 5-point Likert-based statement concerning prioritization degree, and the other part was open-ended fields for comments, which was afterwards analyzed by qualitative analysis. The second round was informed by the results of the first round and was conducted in April and May 2022 with 33 respondents that answered first round were invited. The second round consisted of 6 yes or no questions that were formulated after qualitative analysis of first round topic questions. Most of them were aged 41 to 50 years of age. Most of them published their systematic reviews in multiple venues, in journals, then in Cochrane and in Campbell and Jana Briggs Institute. Participants' experience in conducting systematic reviews in years was huge, totaling 440 years of experience in conducting systematic reviews. Participants reached an agreement that the following topics should be prioritized in conducting systematic reviews. Extracting data, literature searching, and screening abstracts were the most important ones in which panelists reached an agreement. Panelists reached an agreement that automation can be helpful in the area of snowballing. Also, our panelists reached an agreement that standardization of grade assessment may be helpful and that grading is methodologically well-developed area. Our panelists reached an agreement that automation is already fairly advanced in field of deduplication, but there is still a scope for improvement. What we have learned from our Delphi study is that automation is fairly advanced in systematic reviews production. Methods are well established and none of the panelists raised any issue concerning methods. Several panelists have emphasized that translating tools such as Google Translate became very advanced lately. Participants identified extracting data, literature searching, and screening abstract as the most important areas to be prioritized in future research. Several participants mentioned an efficient tool that has a great potential to successfully automate this step, and its name Citation Chaser. And it may be useful for systematic reviews authors to get information about this tool.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any questions for this presentation? Please feel free to ask questions via chat.
My impression is that the automation in doing systematic reviews is a very dynamic field, and the needs are being met before they even arise. So the real issue here is to stay abreast of all the improvements that are happening in this area.
We've got
okay. I see the question Clara asked. How did we identify the initially approached as systematic review? Thank you very much for this question. As this research was part of EBRS, we were informed by previous research, and previous research from Luca, the quantitative analysis, and from Barbara's paper we published in Journal of Clinical Epidemiology. So we had a great luck. That's the core of every Delphi survey, are the panelists, and they were really experts, and that's a big job that has been done in advance for us.
We've got one more question to you, Mersiha.
Okay, Malgorzata asks if it will be possible to have the whole systematic review done completely and automatically. That's a dream, but our study showed that there are some issues where there is a human judgment. That means that automation will not be possible in each and every part of each and every step of production of systematic reviews. There are lots of tasks that require human judgment.
Yeah, Małgorzata is commenting, so we will not be out of our jobs.
We will never be out of our jobs. There will always be some issues with methodology and in staying aware of all these systematic reviews, and it's a never-ending job, I think.
That's great that we will not be substituted. Yeah, thank you very much. And let's
there's another question. Thank you very much, Malgorzata. Yes, we had some fantastic panelists. I know their identities, but I cannot reveal them, because we had that ethics approval, and we promised them that they will stay anonymous. But we had some great people that produced some fantastic systematic reviews with Jana Briggs Institute and with Campbell collaboration. We had really big faces from these parts, non-medical parts of systematic reviews. Yeah, that's true. Systematic reviews are not so popular in other fields, because biomedicine is leading the way in this, because in biomedicine, the research is far more important. It concerns human lives, and it's a fast forward with all this research, and that's one of the reasons why systematic reviews are so important, and medicine leads the way concerning systematic reviews. That's true.
Okay, thank you.
So what next steps? Can I?
I think that we do not have time for next question, because maybe in private messages or later on, I don't know, open debate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Joanna, I would just say thank you for a very nice session. Sorry for putting you so quickly in, and we will see if we can figure out a time for Alexandru Vasile if possible. But I can tell everyone that Jeremy Grimshaw is here now, so we will be able to begin the session we were supposed to have started a little half an hour ago. Introducing the Global Commission of Evidence on Evidence. And Jeremy is the senior scientist at the Ottawa Hospital Research Institute and professor in the Department of Medicine, University of Ottawa in Canada. And Jeremy, I'm very happy that you could join us and share with us the Global Commission on Evidence. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hans. I'm just going to share my screen. I apologize for screwing up the time, the time zones today, and also I'm worried that the internet gods might be against me, but we'll see what we can do. So it's a real pleasure to be here and to talk about some work that we've been leading throughout the pandemic. And in particular, what I'd like to do is recognize my co-lead, John Lavis, who is here, and also Jen Verma, who's executive lead of the Evidence Commission. So to give you some background, the Evidence Commission, the reason we sort of created the Evidence Commission was actually coming out of our experiences during the pandemic with the COVID-19 network. So John Lavis and I, in April 2020, recognized that there was a number of sort of issues with the evidence synthesis response to the pandemic. In particular, there was a lot of sort of focus on rapid reviews that were quickly out of date, that were difficult to find, that had variable quality, and a huge duplication of efforts. And so we brought together the COVID-19 network, which has over 55 partners from around the world, including leading evidence synthesis and technology assessment and guideline groups. And these are just the groups that we have here. So you can see we have groups like Cochrane, the Campbell Collaboration, but also the African Evidence Network, the New South Wales Agency for Clinical Innovation, NICE, the South African MRC. So really a great collection of agencies all working to try and make sense of the pandemic for decision makers. And one of the things very early on that as a network we decided is that we needed to learn from both the good and the bad during the pandemic. We'd seen what I've already mentioned as being potentially sort of downside or less optimal sort of evidence synthesis solutions, but also there's a huge amount of innovation. And so one of the key commitments of COVID-19 was that we also wanted to learn from the experience in the pandemic and reimagine what an evidence support system might look like globally. And so in early 2021, we basically convened the Global Commission on Evidence to Support Societal Challenges. And the basis of this was, as we begin to consider the post-pandemic world, you can see we're being optimistic at the time, but some world beyond the pandemic, it's a perfect time to consider how to build better evidence support systems to meet the needs of diverse stakeholders, so thinking about citizens, practitioners, and policymakers, and also across all sectors. The arguments about needing better evidence support in health apply equally across educational policy, climate change policy, international development. And so we brought together 25 commissioners, and I'll show you a slide of them in a second, to work on this with us. And we produced a report that was published at the beginning of this year and is now available in the 6 WHO essential languages and Portuguese. These are the commissioners, and they are truly representative globally. They're represented intersectorally. Only about a third are involved in health. And there's also a larger emphasis on the users of evidence and evidence syntheses rather than the producers of evidence and evidence syntheses. So we have 2 cabinet officers, we have, cabinet ministers from Australia and Ethiopia. We have a not-for-profit educational NGO leader from Nigeria. We have a young indigenous leader from Brazil. As well as sort of faces you might know, like Gillian Leng, who at the time was the CEO of NICE, and various others. So this was a really fascinating group to be working with, and it was actually a real privilege just to be in the room with them and hear the conversations, and it was really good fun. So just a few things about the commission. We, as I've already mentioned, we're focusing on a broad range of decision makers. So we need to support citizens as much as we need to support government policymakers or healthcare professionals. We wanted to look at all types of evidence, although we recognize and would say that evidence syntheses of different types of evidence is likely the optimal sort of approach for decision support for decision makers. We also need to sort of recognize that there are different types of evidence out there, all of which can be used by decision makers to improve their decision-making process. And then as I also said, this goes beyond health. So we were not just interested in how to improve the information evidence support systems for health, but also can we think about different sectors and different levels as we move forward. So and here's some of the things I guess we were reacting against, things we had seen during the pandemic, and that often we found there's a great emphasis for people to focus on single studies or expert opinion panels or scans of what other groups were doing in other countries without actually looking at best evidence. And even when they're looking at the evidence, there's a very strong emphasis on data analytics and modeling and less on things like evidence syntheses or behavioral and implementation research, which would have been equally as helpful in terms of addressing the challenges during the pandemic. So fundamentally, what we're trying to do is sort of think about what an evidence support system will be. And in many countries, we have very robust research systems and very robust innovation systems, often looked after by different ministries, but we've really not developed evidence support systems which can help decision makers access and make use of evidence during their decision-making processes. And so the kind of things that we're talking about, examples of the infrastructure could be evidence support units that combine national contextual evidence with global evidence, expert panels that include methods, expertise, and lived experience, and that actually focus on pre-circulated advance and think about what it means rather than sort of just talking from their opinion, governance science advisors who really are explicit about how or what evidence they're bringing to the table when they're advising government. So this was sort of basically saying we need to reimagine this space and can we do better? And we're pretty sure that that is feasible. So we made 24 recommendations, and you can see from this slide that there's some general calls for action. There were some specific recommendations for multilateral organizations, particularly the UN agencies, recommendations for government policymakers around the world, also organizational leaders, professionals and citizens, for those existing evidence intermediaries, and also evidence producers and funders. And I want to just walk you through some of the recommendations so you get a sense of what we were proposing. The first thing we thought was most important was just actually, a wake-up call, that we needed to highlight that at this point in time in our history, we have more knowledge than we've ever had before, but we're failing to lever that to inform decisions that impact on people's lives and societies. And that if we were better at systematically using the evidence that is out there, then we are likely to be able to build more evidence-informed policy and improve people's lives and societies. So this was a general wake-up call, and it's really all of us around the world, every citizen, hopefully could take this on. In terms of the multilateral organizations, we proposed that the UN and the G20 and other multilateral organizations should endorse a resolution that commits these multilateral organizations and their member states to broaden their concept of evidence and support evidence-related public goods in equitably distributed capacities to produce, share, and use evidence. Most people, I think, in this network probably have got most experience of WHO, and WHO is by no means perfect, but actually has dramatically improved the ways it sort of looks at and handles evidence during the last sort of 10 years or so, or 20 years. But that's not been matched in the other UN agencies. And really what we need is all of the global agencies and their member states to commit to better use of evidence, and also to support what we're calling evidence-related global public goods. These are organizations like Cochrane, Campbell, the Collaboration for Evidence on the Environment, important platforms that enable sort of better syntheses such as Prospero, and also software tools like EquiReview or Covidence. And then also to think about how member states can really make sure that they have got capacity in their settings to produce, use, and share evidence. So kind of, why not talk to the UN and tell them they can improve what they can do. We also, for each, for government policymakers, basically said that each national or subnational government should review their existing evidence support systems and fill the gaps both internally and through partnerships, and report publicly on their progress. Again, a public a statement that a government is committing to trying to use evidence better, and regular processes to report back about how that's doing it, so that the systems that those governments support can hold their policymakers to account. In relation to evidence in everyday life, we would recommend that citizens should consider making decisions about their and their family's well-being based on best evidence. So we need to find ways of supporting citizens to access best evidence and access it in a way which is relevant for their health literacy, and also think about encouraging citizens to make informed judgments about how to what evidence or what products and services they should do. So again, we need to think about how we enable citizens, but also really engage citizens to take control of this agenda. In terms of funding, we think that governments, foundations, and other funders should spend smarter and ideally more on evidence support. We argued a lot about whether we should have a particular figure in this area, but if 1% of the research, global research funding was devoted to evidence support and evidence syntheses, then we'd be in a much better state than we are now. Paradoxically, coming out of the pandemic, when I think the evidence support systems have really shown their value, we're in a situation where the evidence support systems are more fragile than ever before, real funding challenges for groups like Cochrane and Campbell and Prospero, and we need to address that at a global level and not just expect that individual funders could burden, or take on the burden of funding a global public good, such as NHR has done with Prospero over the last decade or so. So those are just some examples of the recommendations. At the end of the presentation, I'll give you the URL for the Evidence Commission report. And what we hope is that basically there'll be lots of information in there and lots of recommendations that are helpful for people as they are thinking about how to argue for a better evidence support system in the future. I want to talk a little bit about what we've been doing. We have a very thin secretariat, which is basically myself, John and Jen, and colleagues at the Master Health Forum. And so in the now 6 months or so since the Evidence Commission report was published, we've done multiple dissemination activities. So this week, John Lavis presented to the Transforming Evidence Network Conference in the US, and I'm presenting here to you today. We also have a strong social media presence, and we're basically addressing or focusing ourselves on 3 major priorities that we think could be helpful. The first is formalizing and strengthening the domestic evidence support systems. So we're working in about, or we plan to work in about 20 countries around the world. At the moment, we're working in 12, and we've produced a protocol that will allow those countries or teams in those countries to do a rapid jurisdictional assessment of the current evidence support systems that they can use to basically engage in discussions with decision makers about how to do this further. And so in Canada, for example, we have a federal government and then provincial governments, and we started working with the federal government. And in the last 3 or 4 months, we've basically had or done the jurisdictional scan and had conversations with the majority of the branches of government across the federal government level in Canada. And what's going to happen after that is someone from the Privy Council office will convene a meeting of interested parties across government to think about how they may be able to do better in the future. We are also thinking about the global evidence architecture and talking to both funders and evidence synthesis and producers. And this really is about trying to articulate what we mean by global public goods in this area, the rationale about why we have to have a global support mechanism, not leave this down to either under-resourced sort of activities or activities that are largely sort of supported by a single funder, which always is a fragile situation. And then the final area is that we are working on developing that sort of case for evidence for citizens. We have a couple of wonderful leaders from the Evidence Commission. One is Maureen Smith, that people may know from the Cochrane Consumers Network, and also Modupe, who's the leader of an education not-for-profit in Nigeria. And they're convening a panel to help us think about this. And at the same time, we are reaching out to other groups and agencies that share the interest in terms of how do we support citizens to be better users of evidence, such as Centre About Science. And so these are all things that we are doing from the Commission perspective. What we also are in the early stages of planning is what we're calling the Evidence Commission Implementation Council. And this is where we want to provide a big tent that will allow other people who are interested in contributing to discussions and using the Evidence Commission report to try and improve things in their sector, their jurisdiction, can actually come together, and we can share ideas about how to do that. If there's anyone on the call that wants to know more about that, then please let us know. The last couple of slides really just to sort of recognize that the Evidence Commission recommendations, which we think is kind of hopefully a very ambitious roadmap to improve evidence support systems, will only become a reality if different communities globally generate conversations with key stakeholders and key actions about future evidence support systems. Even though John Lavis can do many, many things, we can't, if this is down just to John, Jen, myself, we'll fail. What we need are groups around the world to come together and say, we agree with many of the arguments in the Evidence Commission, and we are going to help the charge for better evidence support systems in our areas. So some questions for you. How can you use the report to stimulate conversations and actions in your jurisdictions? And how can you collectively work with us to stimulate conversations and actions globally and jurisdictionally? We're very open to conversations with people and supporting people. We have very limited resources, so we can't do the heavy lifting if there are new ideas coming forward, but we'll work with you to sort of try and make sure that we help you in any way that we can. So that is just the Evidence Commission website, our email, our Twitter account, our LinkedIn account. You can also subscribe to our newsletter. I'm very happy to make these slides available through Hans and EBR after this. And if you've got any questions or comments or ideas, we really want to hear about them. So that's the end of my presentation. I think we have some time for conversation, which would be just fabulous. So thanks a lot for your attention today so far.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Yes, good to see you. Thank you very much. Very interesting, and we will make our best to, as soon as possible, to give all access to the report and all the other stuff you just mentioned. There's already a number of questions for you. Can you see the chat too?
I can.
Yeah, so you can see the first question by Malgorzata. They're talking about the collaboration of HTA, for example, in Europe, but they have each agency is working for itself. There's also language issues. How likely do you think it will be to have more collaborations as the one envisioned by this fabulous work of Evidence Commission?
So it's a great example. As Malgorzata says, I've been involved in some of the very early work on trying to improve inter-HTA collaboration in Europe. And what some of the stumbling blocks there have been that each of the agencies have slightly different sort of remits and different reporting mechanisms, and often there are sort of more local nuances in the questions that they are seeing, which at the level of of sharing of resources, I think more could be done, but I think we need to look and learn from that experience that Malgorzata is talking about. One of the things that I think we're trying to do with the Evidence Commission is not necessarily say we should have one global HTA agencies, but make the argument that the world needs HTA agencies within jurisdictions or regions, and they also need guideline developers, and we need evidence synthesis groups and other factors. So at one level, it's not, I think we should be looking for efficiencies where we can work together, but there are practical issues around that. But we need to make that broader case about how these things fit together and work together. And if you want an example where this has been sort of, certainly in the pandemic, where it's worked quite well, the COVID NMA network, which was project which was set up by Cochrane France with lots of input from various other Cochrane groups, their evidence was used by the Australian national COVID-19 guidelines that created living guidelines throughout the pandemic. They use the Magic platform, and they're also willing to share the resources that they've got through that. So I think there probably are ways in which we can get efficiencies if people are prepared to sort of do this. But I think we can do a lot. I think we should learn a lot from the EU NETA sort of examples where there were some real struggles around that.
One question related to the language issue or the definition of what we mean. Clara asked here, how do you define the term evidence intermediaries?
Yeah.
Or even evidence. How do you define evidence and then the evidence intermediaries?
Well, so we define in the report these sort of 6 types of evidence. So you can go and have a look at them, and hopefully they're reasonably comprehensive for that. I mean, the evidence intermediaries their initiatives that have come through probably in the last decade or so, and they're groups that are often either within government or outside government with a close relationship to government, where their role is to try and facilitate the use of evidence by governmental decision makers. So the best example is probably the WHO EVIPNet sort of initiative, where now across many, I don't know how many, but 20 to 30, if not more, countries, they have developed sort of these local evidence intermediaries who can help government decision makers, who are often working in very limited resources and in tight timelines, to better use and access information by doing a lot of the evidentiary finding and making sense of activities for those governments.
Jeremy, due to the time limits, I think I would ask you to look at the different questions. There's more questions you would like to get an answer to. Could you do that in the chat? Yes. Because we have one more presentation before the break. So thank you very much for being here, and we will talk. So I think I will give the floor back to Joanna and then Alexandru Vasile, who will give the last lightning talk presentation.
Yes, that would be great to hear our last presentation from Alexandru Vasile from Germany. When you are here, so the floor is yours.
Hello everybody, my name is Alexandru Vasile. I'm 26 years old, I'm from Romania, and today I am going to be presenting you our system for the automatic screening for systematic reviews that we developed within the space medicine team at the European Space Agency. Currently, I'm a visiting researcher at EPFL with high hopes of becoming an astronaut. And I have developed this project in close collaboration with Marta Hasni, which is currently a master's student at the Technical University of Munich, and in the future she's hoping to complete a PhD. This is the main idea in our team's understanding of the process of systematic reviewing, and because of the huge amount of data that are usually required in a large-scale process, such as the ones that we conduct here at the Space Medicine team, we need to analyze a huge amount of data. For this, we employ machine learning routines to point us in the right direction. As of now, we only use title and abstract screening to give a score of inclusion or exclusion for the instance that is being analyzed by the machine learning algorithm. Next, the metric that we're trying to maximize is recall, because the last thing that we need are false negatives. This is the main idea behind the machine learning framework. Everything starts with a research question, and that prompts us to go find studies. These studies are then pre-processed with natural language processing algorithms to get rid of redundant words, and like punctuation sign, depending on the algorithm that is used. And then the data is transferred in keys, values, and queries, and then these are fed into the BERT transformer model that sits at the heart of our classification model. BERT is used for generating embeddings that are then fed into a classifying neural network that assists the end users, the scientists, the medical experts, with the needed inclusion or exclusion assistance. I'm going to go into the machine learning aspects now by stating that we stand on the shoulders of giants. First, the idea of word embeddings means getting numbers from words, and then recurrent neural networks were used because of their ability to analyze sequential data. And then encoder-decoder frameworks appeared, and this provides us with feature space analysis. Attention then came to life, and this really was a push towards context, transformers really changed the whole game in deep learning, as many of you may know, and now we can just process whole sentences, whole chunks of text at once, understanding true context. And BERT finally generates context-aware embeddings, which is very nice and actually helps us a lot with the inclusion and exclusion of complex scientific text. This is the main idea behind an autoencoder, and this is the main idea behind the generation of embeddings for BERT. This place, everything starts with an input and an output. BERT only uses the encoder part of the network to obtain a latent space that are the numerical understanding of the neural network of the text that is being inputted. Next, we're going to look at the anatomy of a transformer to really understand how BERT works. So BERT comes from bidirectional encodings, representations from transformers, and for this only the encoder part is needed. Our model was pre-trained on Wikipedia and book corpus in order to understand the very fabric of language, and then it was fine-tuned on our problem for classification. Here we can see a very simple example of language translation in which the input is in German and the output is in English. And if we take a look at the diagram to the left, we can see the clear differentiation between the encoder and the decoder path. And here we see a suggestion as to the actual relationship between the heads of the neural network. The metrics that we have used, I'm going to compare to the metrics. The metrics that we've used are recall F1 score, the area under the receiver operating curve, and Cohen's kappa coefficient, as well as WSS at a recall of 95%. And we can clearly see that the BERT classification model outperforms the LSTM that was previously used for this project in nearly all regards. Next, I'm going to present you some qualitative results from which we can draw the conclusion that everything about using transformers is just better than what we had in the past with natural language processing. So we also have some other nice to haves. So for example, by applying transformers to the workflow, we get a whole new range of possibilities, among which the most exciting could be multimodal learning. This means that we can also learn from graphs and images. Now, because we employ a state-of-the-art machine learning model, this is actually very cool for leading the research in the scientific community and programming communities as well, and could be more attractive for funding, since we can also access help towards the development of such algorithms as well. And of course, it is great to be part of this new wave of leading research in the field of automated screening. The lessons that we've learned, Marta and I, during this project are very valuable because the first one, from a technical point of view, of course, we learned about transformer-based machine learning, international cooperation, and of course scientific writing. Especially within the space agency, this has been a great opportunity. For the next step, we're going to actually try to put the algorithm on the cloud for everybody to use, and then move towards explainable AI to really see the parts of data that the neural network considered for inclusion and exclusion. Here you can see the points that I've just made in text form, with the added point of for example, experimentation. So we want to solve even more the class imbalance problem, and to do, for example, from an ease of use point of view, move towards, for example, towards accessibility, even with a graphical user interface. But first, we can think about more programming-oriented availability conditions, such as making it into a Python package, or even developing connections with APIs from various paper searching tools. Thank you so much for your attention, and I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you so much. I'm afraid we don't have time for questions, even though it's really amazing tool, and there are many questions because as already Hans wrote on the chat, we had some tools previously. But if you be so kind and answer for all questions that will appear on the chat, just to save time. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. Thanks.
Yes, sure. All right.
Now we have a break until 3 o'clock. So see you again after the break.
So, good afternoon, everyone, dear conference attendees. My name is Tella Lantta, and I'm chairing this fourth session of this EBR conference. I come from Finland. My background is in nursing. I do research in area of nursing science and mental health. I worked at the University of Turku in Finland and also in UK at the Manchester Metropolitan University. My co-host today is Jana Babjakova. Jana, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello. Greetings from Bratislava. Probably we see each other during previous summits, at least some of you. So warmly welcome from Comenius University. Thanks, Lanta.
Good, thank you, Jana. So we have scheduled for this session, it's 1 hour. We have 3 interesting presentations. There might be some last minute changes for these presentations, but they are pre-recorded, most of them. So we will go one by one. You have a chance, participants, to post your questions and comments to chat. So please use chat. And after the presentation, we have time for questions and answers. Some of the presenters may not be here, but still please post your questions and comments. And if presenter is not here, we can still read the comments that you have posted. So our first presentation in this session is from Carole Lunny. A title of the presentation is "A new taxonomy was developed for overlap across overviews of systematic reviews, a meta-research study of research waste." So Carole, and the recording floor is yours.
Ancestral and I wish to acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh nations on which the research team operates in British Columbia. We have no conflicts of interest to declare. Overviews synthesize the results of multiple systematic reviews and help inform evidence-based practice. Several author teams have expressed concerns about the volume of systematic reviews published, which are overlapping in content. Conflicting results and/or conclusions across reviews and perhaps overviews on the same topic can create confusion or uncertainty for decision makers who are required to choose among all competing treatments and may impact and delay clinical decision making. Our objectives were then to assess the prevalence of overviews, their citation rates and journal impact factors. Using a sample of these overviews, we'll then categorize overviews as being broad or narrow in scope, and assess if overviews overlap in PICO eligibility criteria, and if yes, then categorize them as identical, nearly identical, partial, or subsumed overlap, which I will be describing later on. So the results of this presentation is based on 2 studies published in Research Synthesis Methods, the first one being a bibliometric study of overviews of systematic reviews, and the second one being the topic of this presentation, a new taxonomy developed for overlap across overviews of systematic reviews. So what is the prevalence of overviews and are they growing in number? Overviews are growing in number, as you can see here in this figure, not surprisingly. So a search for overviews and their synonyms in Medline, the Cochrane database of systematic reviews and epistemonicus, identified 1,218 overviews published from 2000 to 2020, and 3/4 of which were published in the most recent 5-year period. We identified 332 overviews published in 2020, which is equivalent to 1 overview published per day. We analyzed 542 overviews published between 2000 and 2018 in greater detail and found that they were published in 307 journals, the most prevalent being the Cochrane Database of Systematic Reviews at 8%, PLAS 1 at 3%, and the Sao Paulo Medical Journal at 2%. We found a median 8.5 citations per overview per year, published in journals with a mean journal impact factor of 4.4. 70% of overviews were published in journals with impact factors between 0.05 and 3.97. And in multivariate analysis, overviews with a high number of citations and journal impact factors had more authors, larger sample sizes, were open access, and reported the funding source. So, are overviews being published on the same topic? We defined broad overviews as addressing first, more than one distinct population or a generalized population, and second, multiple interventions, for example, aerobics exercise and resistance training, for the outcomes of interest. We define narrow overviews as covering only one population and one intervention. As seen in the tables at the bottom of the slide, broad overviews aimed to answer broad questions, had wider range of study populations, conditions, interventions, and contexts, were more resource intensive, and allowed for policy relevance. For example, overviews have informed clinical practice guidelines and government health policies. Narrow overviews, in contrast, aim to answer narrow, focused clinical questions. They identify and explore reasons for variation in systematic review results, interpretation, or conclusions. They can be completed more quickly compared to broad overviews, and they may have limited generalizability to different populations or settings. So what is topic overlap? So we define topic overlap as duplication of PICO eligibility criteria and not reported as an update or a replication. We further created a taxonomy of 4 types of overlap, namely identical overlap, which is when the aims included PICO and study designs were identical to one another. Nearly identical is when the eligible populations, interventions, comparisons, and at least one outcome were identical to another overview. Partial overlap is when 2 overviews had at least one component of PICO in common. And subsumed overlap we defined as when the PICO, or the population, intervention, and comparison, and at least one outcome was addressed in full by a second or broader overview. So subsummation can be visualized by the narrow overview in blue, which is subsumed by the broad overview in black and white stripes, seen here top right. So observed overlap can be legitimately justified for several reasons. For example, differences in purposes, out-of-dateness or emergence of new evidence to update the old overview, inappropriate or invalid methods used by the overview, overviews of low methodological quality, so you can justify doing an overview with very strict and systematic methods, Existing overviews are narrow, therefore broad overviews are warranted. And finally, replication by independent and conflict-free academics. So without these justifications, overlapping overviews represent wasted efforts on the part of investigators and can confuse and mislead clinicians and policymakers. So what is the prevalence of overlap that we found? So of the 541 overviews we examined, 169, or 1/3, overlapped across similar PICO. They fell within 20 out of 22 WHO ICD-10 medical classifications, as seen in the bubble chart on the right. So of the 169 overlapping overviews, no overviews were found with exactly identical aims and PICO eligibility criteria. 15 or 9% had nearly identical overlap. 123 or 73% had partial overlap, and 31 or 18% subsumed others. So there's often overlap between the scopes of different systematic reviews without them being coterminous, because some cover broad and other cover narrow topic areas. So I just wanted to present an example of 3 overviews that were found on the topic of acupuncture for palliative cancer care. These overviews were partially overlapping in various combinations of their population intervention and outcomes. The overview A by Wu, seen here in blue at the top, had the broadest set of interventions, namely any type of acupuncture therapy for cancer patients receiving palliative care. The overview B by Towler, seen here in red, addressed a narrower intervention, namely acupuncture excluding any acupuncture therapy for a slightly broader population of cancer patients receiving palliative care or supportive care. And the overview C by Ezo, in striped black and white, had the narrowest intervention, namely acupuncture only on one point, which was P6, and investigated the broadest population, so cancer patients with chemotherapy-induced nausea, and the highest number of outcomes, namely vomiting, postoperative nausea and vomiting, and pregnancy-related nausea and vomiting. So nausea and vomiting were outcomes common to all 3 overviews. The partial overlap across the 3 can be seen here in purple. Purple stripes, red stripes, and blue stripes in the bottom figure on the left. We note that not one overview fully subsumed another. So in conclusion, our methodological assessment identified 31% of 541 overviews dated between 2000 and 2018 that overlapped in content across 20 WHO ICD-10 medical classifications and 62 subtopics. Though we observe slight differences in the scope of the overlapping overviews, we feel that at least some of this represents unnecessary overlap. Our taxonomy of overlap can be used by other methodologists studying overlap across randomized control trials, systematic reviews, and overviews. Although future research into overlap in these other study types, so namely systematic reviews using our taxonomy, is needed. Currently, there's no dedicated database registry for protocols of overviews, such as there is for systematic reviews like Prospero. A dedicated database for overview protocols, as well as the development of a mesh term for overviews, would help in their identification by prospective overview authors who, when finding a similar overview, could choose a different topic or a new scope to explore. Authors of overviews can use this study and the sample of overviews to identify gaps in the evidence for future analysis and topics that are already studied, which need not be duplicated. A multiplicity of overviews on the same topic adds to the ongoing waste of research resources, time, and effort across medical disciplines. And as of a little final note, we do not advocate that authors conduct overviews or meta overviews and try to explain differences across multiple overviews, as this would produce more redundant and potentially useless research. So I thank you for your attention, and I welcome any questions.
Yes, thank you. That was very interesting and topical presentation. We have actually one question in the chat from Clara, but unfortunately, our presenter is not here at the moment. I hope, thank you, Caroline, for posting the full paper of this presentation. I hope that we can find some answers to questions from the full paper. And of course, Carole can be contacted after the conference as well. So we are now moving straight to our next presentation. There is a change in presentation order. Unfortunately, Ahmed Sofi Mahmoudi is not here, and we don't have the pre-recording. Do we have a hand up here? I think there might be someone asking maybe something in the... Yes, or was it a mistake hand? Maybe it was. So we don't have the next presentation, what was scheduled, but we will have Prashanti Ayachempati. Sorry if I misspelled your said your name. It's quite a difficult one. Title of the presentation is Using a Systematic Review to Develop a Taxonomy of Uncertainty in Healthcare to Structure the Design of Future Participatory Research. And the presenter is here with us, so please post your questions and comments in the chat while we are listening our pre-recorded presentation. Floor is yours.
Hi friends, I bring you greetings from the University of Plymouth, where I'm the second year PhD student, and also from Manipal University College, Malaysia, where I'm the professor and head of prosthodontics. On behalf of my supervisors from University of Plymouth, I, Dr. Prashanti, am delighted to present this topic today on this virtual platform, using a systematic review to develop a taxonomy of uncertainties in healthcare to structure the design of future participatory research. We all agree that uncertainties are intricately and inevitably interwoven into healthcare professions, and dentistry is no exception. As a clinician from the past 20 years, I have been battling with uncertainties every single day, right from the diagnosis to treatment plan to predicting the prognosis of a disease. But we should not forget that on the other end of this healthcare uncertainties is the patient, and the patients too undergo the uncertainty-related anxiety. Every single person perceives uncertainties in different ways, and based on their tolerance levels, they are either aversive to it or they are adaptive to it. And uncertainty can even become more pronounced for public and global health scenarios, as the COVID-19 pandemic has made painfully obvious. So during this time of the pandemic, our research team wanted to study how people perceive and respond to uncertain situations, and what is the impact on shared decision-making process. And this question we wanted to ask for oral health uncertainties, and because literature is lacking in this particular area. Now, we formulated a research question: how do patients and dentists perceive and respond to uncertainties in oral health decisions? But before even we embark onto this process, we wanted to ask a more fundamental question: what are the different types of uncertainty in healthcare? Now, when we looked into the literature, looking at the existing taxonomies or models of uncertainties, yes, there are models and classifications given in literature. However, these current models mainly focus on clinical decision making within a restricted healthcare system context, and also they have classified uncertainty in a discrete and segmented manner, and the overlap or the dynamic interaction which happens with the uncertainties at different levels has not been discussed. Because of this reason, we wanted to conduct a systematic review and to develop a comprehensive model of uncertainty in healthcare. So we looked at different databases and we came through 4,145 articles and two different authors independently and in duplicate. We screened it, and keeping our inclusion and exclusion criteria in mind, we came to 33 included studies in this systematic review. Now, we classified the articles which we found in our search into three different categories. That is, studies which were looking at models and taxonomies which were identified from the literature, which were 13 in number, and studies which were describing models and taxonomy of uncertainties through primary research or empirical research, which were 15 in number, and those which were classifying from case studies were 5 in number, and all these were included in our systematic review. Now, we had to take a call what type of synthesis we are going to undertake. Is it a framework analysis or the framework synthesis, where we are going to have one framework or the model which is already there in literature and compare our data to it? Or are we going to do a thematic synthesis where we are going to inductively develop the codes and the themes? Or are we going to have more of a descriptive way in which we are going to deal with the data through the narrative synthesis? So after discussion among the co-authors, we came to a conclusion that those which were identified from literature and classifying uncertainties, we would look at it more descriptively and give a narrative synthesis of that. However, those which we identified from empirical research and the case studies, we will do a thematic synthesis. So the articles which were identified from the literature, that is looking at classifications from literature, were classified into 7 major concepts of uncertainties, as you can see in this picture: knowledge related, system related, unpredictability, depending on the quality of information, patient experiences, clinical related, as well as the relationship related uncertainties. Then we went ahead with the thematic synthesis of the rest of the studies, and we used the Thomas and Harden method for this, wherein we had the key article and the codes were identified from the findings as well as the discussion for the primary research, and the entire text was used in case of case studies. And we developed these descriptive themes which were close to the primary studies, that is what is identified from the articles, and we came with the analytical themes which were representation of a stage where interpretation goes beyond the primary research, and we gave new interpretive constructs. Coding was done primarily by me. However, 2 other authors from the different backgrounds, they also coded a sample of 6 studies each, so that we gain a broader understanding of the issue and also increase the reflexivity. Now you can see that the similarity of the codes between the 3 authors was almost similar. However, the descriptive and the analytical themes were discussed among the authors, and finally, we arranged the 77 codes from the 20 articles in 26 descriptive themes and 11 analytical themes. We developed an independent and interdependent multi-level conceptual model of uncertainties in healthcare, and we arranged them into 3 levels, that is the macro, meso, and the micro levels. So this is the conceptual model which we developed, where the macro related to more of communities and society as a whole. So the global public health and healthcare system uncertainties were classified here. Meso pertained to the physician interactions, networking. So we had the clinical, relational, and knowledge exchange type of uncertainties, and micro related to more of the personal, individual values and beliefs. So the personal uncertainties were categorized here. Apart from this, the other 4, that is the epistemic related to knowledge, allotropic related to the predictability, parametric related to the models, and ethical related to the ethical dilemmas, were categorized into all the 3 levels, and I had an overlap. Now we gave the conceptual model for informal testing for patient and public, and this is an example of a female patient who was 35-year-old who had these fertility issues, and how she underwent different kinds of uncertainties during this process was explained. So when we looked at this, she underwent both the clinical uncertainties, personal uncertainties, and also unpredictability, that is the alloitic uncertainty. And because the doctors or the families did not comprehend how the patient was feeling, the mental support was not there, she also underwent the uncertainty which is related to the relations, that is the relational uncertainty. Once she conceived and she did not have any information on how to do the breastfeeding, she underwent the epistemic uncertainties and the healthcare system uncertainties. So what I want to highlight here is that even though the uncertainty is being experienced by a single person, there is an overlap of different layers of uncertainties which we can see in this particular situation. So what insights we got from this particular exercise and this systematic review is that patient involvement made us appreciate the dynamic interaction of one uncertainty with another in a given situation as experienced by the participants. It also demonstrated to us that smaller clinical decisions that only affect one person can have multiple layers of uncertainty affecting those decisions. Now, this review also raised a question whether conceptualizing these elements as separate, isolated issues is useful, or should we consider them as dynamic items which can change over time in different contexts and also for the same decisions. Now, this insights gave us an idea as to how we need to proceed with the rest of the research, what type of research methodology we need to use, what is the method we need to use. So we came to a conclusion that to answer this research question, we need to engage the participants in more of an immersive environment where they are participating in the process of research. The participants are exposed to the multiple layers of these uncertainties. Now, what is a participatory research method? It is a term used for the systematic inquiry in direct collaboration with those affected by the issue, and also it is incorporating the end users of the process into the research process. So we designed this unique 10 participatory toolkit, which had different processes which the participants had to undergo. And you can see here that we had a photo elicitation method. We took the patients around a simulated dental setup and they clicked photographs identifying the different uncertainties which they are feeling in that environment. They explained about those uncertainties which made us aware of how they felt in this dental environment, and also they mapped these uncertainties in different layers in the grid, as you can see here, telling us how much impact it had on their decision making. We know that systematic reviews are used to resolve conflicting evidence. We know that they are used to support practice. We also know that they are used to identify gaps and need for future research. The interesting aspect of this research project is the systematic reviews actually gave us more insight into what is the methodology and the method we want to use for this primary research. Instead of interviews where a single participant who is unrelated to the environment is seated and we interview them regarding uncertainties in healthcare, we took the participants into the environment in an immersive manner. We tried to explore the different uncertainties so that that dynamic interaction which happens between uncertainties can be explored. We also can use this systematic review conceptual model as a framework for analyzing the results. So this model which we developed can act as a framework for the data which we are going to collect through the participatory research, and that is what we obtained from this systematic review. So not only for the use of identifying gaps, this systematic review is useful for designing your methodology, the methods, as well as the analysis stage. It is giving you some kind of insights. So in conclusion, I would like to say that our systematic review has contributed to the development of new expanded taxonomy and model of uncertainty in healthcare decisions that reflects our current transition from more didactic to more participatory decision-making process across different levels of the healthcare systems. Our systematic review was able to deconstruct the different layers of uncertainties, and it gave us insights into planning a future research which was more meaningful in engaging participants in a participatory research method and exploring the different layers of uncertainty and the dynamic interaction between them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prashanti, for your presentation. I'm glad to see that you are here with us. We have at least one question for you. It's from Hans Lund. Hans is asking, what are the certainty of your taxonomy to be used in other areas?
Yeah, thank you so much, Hans, for the question. In fact, after developing the conceptual model, we have tested it in 3 different areas. One is we have used the patient-public involvement, as I have presented in the paper, where we have looked at actual patients who underwent uncertainties, and they sort of looked at the model and told us what all overlap they had during their, uncertain periods. Second aspect is we also had one of the team member who is an environmentalist. So for landscape uncertainties, he applied this particular conceptual model, and they confirmed that most of the uncertainties are relatable to even landscape uncertainties. Not only that, we also use this model for water fluoridation. So we use the example of water fluoridation and dentistry, like, the oral health with fluoride. And we applied this model of uncertainty, and we looked at the different uncertainties arising from fluoride in oral health and dentistry, and we tried to map it. So these 3 are presented actually in the paper.
Sorry, Prasanthi, you muted yourself. Can you open the mic?
So sorry. Yeah, so I was telling you that we have already published this paper in BMJ Global Health, and we have presented all these aspects in the paper, Hans. I have shared the link in the chat now to whoever is interested to please read this paper. So applicability of this, yes, though we have done it as a small scale and also as an informal way, but we have tested it in different areas, very diverse areas actually, dentistry and medical patients, as well as in landscape uncertainties.
Thank you for your excellent answer, and thank you for posting the paper as well. It will be interesting for all of us to read. I would like to ask, in addition to Hans' question, that do you think this framework could be used also with carers, family members?
Yes,
not only the patients. Yeah,
absolutely, because we are having different layers, as you would have seen in the conceptual model, and the micro uncertainty, the layer is pertaining to personal uncertainties, which could, and also it is, we are having meso, which is relational. So the relational is not just about the patient, but the patient, the carers, the parents, the healthcare system. So all these uncertainties are mapped into this conceptual framework. So that is exactly what we wanted to showcase, that previous models of or classifications are looking at it very discreetly and explaining personal uncertainty separately, relational separately, and public uncertainty separately. But what we try to showcase is that one is influenced by the other, and it cannot happen in isolation. It is a dynamic process, and that is what we need to understand. And it helped us to shape our primary research, because we initially planned to conduct interviews to patients to identify what uncertainties they are facing in an oral health environment. But later, after doing the systematic review, it was almost like an eye-opener for us, because they do not happen in isolation. How can we post the patient in an interview and ask them, okay, what is that is affecting you, or what is uncertain to you in an environment? So we started to conduct this participatory research method. We took them into the environment, made them to go around. So the sound which was coming in the dental clinic, the smell of the dental clinic, the environment where the treatment was going on, all these was exposed to. And that's when we identified that the patients actually underwent different uncertainties, which we portrayed in this conceptual model. So that's why I thought this systematic review was a brilliant eye-opener for us, and it shaped my entire PhD research, primary research project. So that's how powerful this systematic review was.
Excellent. I think the methods that you described for the participatory research were really fascinating, using photos and voices, and brilliant idea.
In fact, I would like to share that this participatory research toolkit which we developed is first of its kind in dentistry, because after we're looking into the literature, we did not have any particular toolkit which was used actually for engaging dental patients in the dental setup itself, taking them in that immersive environment and navigating them through that healthcare system. So we took again the ideas from landscape uncertainties and landscape participatory research methods, how they have done it in an environment, and we tried to simulate it into a dental setup. So we are in the process of publishing this paper also, which is unique and one of its kind, but the credit goes to the systematic review. So that's why I'm presenting it at this platform.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hear that you are really a forerunner in this field, and thank you for sharing these insights with us. Thank you all of you who participated in this session. So we have now only 2 presentations in this 4th session, and we will now move to a little bit longer break. So the program will be continuing as scheduled with keynotes 4:30. So have a lovely break, coffee break, go outside if you need to have a fresh air, and we will be back on time on the schedule with keynotes. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Hello, everyone. I think we're ready to start. Sorry, I was off doing something else. My name is Karen Robinson, and I'm thrilled to be co-chairing this last session with Agozada. And we have two speakers today. I will introduce the first speaker, and we'll hear the recording, and then we'll have some time for questions and discussion. So please put your questions in the chat. And then we will hear from the second speaker. And again, we'll have opportunity for questions and discussion after the second speaker. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce this first speaker. I'm very excited to introduce Jean-Luc Bon. Jean-Luc completed his PhD on waste and inefficiency in cardiovascular prediction and rural research at the Center for Evidence-Based Medicine at the University of Oxford. He is a primary care internist at Providence Health and Services in Washington State, which is here in the United States. And most exciting for myself and Hans, Jean-Luc is also now a postdoc at the Western Norway University of Applied Sciences in Bergen. And Jean-Luc and Hans are going to be actually visiting me in a couple of weeks, working on some of what you're going to hear about right now. So thank you, Jean-Luc.
Hello, my name is Jean-Luc Ban. It is great to be back at the Evidence-Based Research Conference. I want to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present today. The topic that I'm going to talk about is using Bayesian approach to decide on the conclusiveness of systematic reviews. First, I want to tell you a bit about myself. I'm a primary care physician from the United States. I completed MSc in evidence-based healthcare at the University of Oxford. Then a DPhil with a thesis exploring the causes and implications of waste in cardiovascular clinical prediction research. I'm a postdoctoral research fellow at the Western Norway University of Applied Sciences. I'm not a statistician, nor have a formal training in Bayesian methods. And yet, I'm going to try to explain to you why I believe using Bayesian inference might be a good idea when interpreting the results of a systematic review and determining whether a new study is needed. From the perspective of a clinician and researcher who is passionate about promoting the principles of evidence-based research. I think one of the many great contributions to science by the late Professor Doug Altman is declaring the scandal of poor medical research in his 1994 paper and recognizing the problem of research widely and expanding the debate about how to improve the way we conduct health research. He indicated that huge sums of money were wasted from health research studies with flawed design, conduct, reporting, and motivations, and argued that we need less research, better research, and research done for the right reasons. Then in 2009, Ian Chalmers and Paul Glasziou estimated about 85% of money spent on health research globally, which was more than $100 billion at the time, was wasted unavoidably in planning, design and conduct, publication, and reporting stages of the research process. They also pointed out that one of the key sources of research waste was unnecessary or poorly designed studies that could have been avoided if a systematic review of existing evidence was done when planning those studies. Responding to realization that waste is an important issue in health research, a wide range of stakeholders took actions. Although these may have been too little and slow, given the magnitude and urgency of the problem. These include the development and promotion of reporting guidelines, campaign to register clinical studies, and building infrastructure to support that efforts. And many influential authors published several papers in The Lancet pointing out various sources of research waste and recommending ways to increase value in health research. Funders, which really have a great potential to become a key change agent, took several initiatives and organized themselves to take further actions. And in 2016, the Evidence-Based Research Network was launched. The EBR network was founded on the philosophy of evidence-based research, which was defined by Karen Robinson as a use of prior research in a systematic and transparent way to inform a new study, so that it is answering questions that matter in a valid, efficient, and accessible manner. The Evidence-Based Research Network aims to reduce waste and increase value in health research by promoting the core idea that all new research proposals should be supported by a systematic review of relevant existing evidence. So how do we use systematic review results and determine whether a new study is needed? Cumulative meta-analysis is a statistical procedure that calculates summary estimates from all available evidence every time a similar new study becomes available. Here, a cumulative meta-analysis demonstrated a persistent effectiveness of aprotinin for reducing the risk of bleeding in cardiac surgery with minimal change in the summary estimate for several decades. The authors concluded if investigators systematically examined existing trial results or simply looked up the systematic review already available in 1994, many of these trials and unnecessary randomizing thousands of participants to control group could have been avoided. A number of shocking examples like this from cumulative meta-analysis demonstrating retrospectively potentially wasteful and unethical research studies fortify the argument for the evidence-based research, which is systematically reviewing existing evidence before commencing a new study. Here's another example of a cumulative meta-analysis showing the effectiveness of streptokinase among patients with acute myocardial infarction. Let's pretend that we are investigators planning a new randomized controlled trial and see if we can use the meta-analysis results and determine at which time point it becomes clear that streptokinase is conclusively effective and no more studies needed. When the European 2 studies added to the meta-analysis, the results indicate that streptokinase has a large effect with a statistically significant p-value of 0.023. Can we at this point conclude streptokinase is effective and cancel any new trials? Or do we need to proceed with new trials because the confidence interval is quite large? When the next 3 trials are added, the effect size becomes smaller and statistically insignificant. Then it becomes statistically significant when Frankfurt 2 study is added. But then, for the next 5 steps, it trends towards smaller effect, and the upper limit of confidence interval gets very close to 1 before it becomes stable. So it might be easy to look back and say that most of these trials are research waste, but we can see how challenging it becomes when we try to predict what will happen in future trials and prospectively determine whether conducting more study is valuable based on meta-analysis results. This is even harder when the results are negative. How would you interpret this cumulative meta-analysis? Are we able to conclude there is no benefit of hospital-based cardiac rehab and stop conducting more trials? Or should we interpret this as a trend towards statistical significance because the confidence interval has been getting narrower, and do more studies till the results reach statistical significance? If we continue to conduct new trials because there is a trend towards statistical significance, then we might actually get statistically significant results. But is that necessary? How can we determine when it's time to stop? Me and my colleagues conducted a scoping review and summarized a wide range of available methods for determining the conclusiveness of systematic review results. We found that statistical methods such as trial sequential analysis and sequential meta-analysis were by far the most dominantly used methods to determine whether systematic review results were conclusive. This is the EBR approach to evaluate evidence gap from the second paper of the Journal of Clinical Epidemiology series on the evidence-based research published last year. In addition to ethical element and quality of evidence, the authors suggested using statistical methods to determine the conclusiveness of systematic review results when evaluating whether a new study is needed. However, and interestingly, they also recommended that the final decision should take a nuanced consideration of the balance between the evidence, relevance of topic, and cost of research, instead of blindly relying on statistical methods. The Cochrane collaboration was also interested in the sequential method to evaluate the risk of type 1 and type 2 errors from updating their meta-analysis regularly, for example, in living systematic reviews. But the expert panel from the Cochrane Scientific Committee recommended against routinely using sequential method in most Cochrane reviews. One of the key reasons for recommending against was because these methods focus too much on rejecting the null hypothesis, leading to the binary interpretations of presence or absence of effect based simply on statistical significance. They also pointed out that these methods, relevant to monitoring and stopping clinical trials, might be difficult to apply to meta-analysis because of their key differences. And also that concluding reviews based on a limited context might be inadequate because decision makers have diverse evidence needs and context. And lastly, these methods have major methodological limitations when prospectively used in the presence of heterogeneity. We're going to look at the first issue a bit further. So traditional statistical inference relies on hypothesis tests using p-value, and there are several limitations for that. Firstly, a p-value represents the probability for observing the data when the null hypothesis is true. In other words, it is difficult to directly interpret the p-value in relations to the probability of effect, even though many clinicians and researchers are often interested in doing so. Secondly, p-value thresholds are arbitrary. And this arbitrary dichotomy of positive and negative results is especially problematic when p-values are close to that arbitrary threshold. Thirdly, as we looked at earlier, it is very difficult to interpret negative studies. Lastly, p-values do not tell us anything about the effect size. And any effect size, regardless how small that is, can become statistically significant if we keep increasing the sample size. So when evaluating the need for a new study, there might be unique advantages of using Bayesian methods. Some clinicians and those who have been teaching evidence-based medicine might be familiar with Bayes' theorem, which is sometimes used when interpreting diagnostic test results. There are three components in Bayesian methods: prior, likelihood, and posterior. Let's say we are interested in evaluating treatment effect A, for example, and B is data observed in a clinical trial. Prior represent the knowledge about the probability of treatment effect A before conducting the trial, which can be estimated from existing evidence or researchers' belief. A likelihood is a conditional probability of observing data B given the probability of treatment effect A. Posterior is a probability of treatment effect A considering data B from the new study. And this posterior is what Bayesian inference relies on instead of hypothesis testing. These are some key advantages of using Bayesian methods, Bayesian inference to be specific. Firstly, in contrast to the traditional statistical inference based on hypothesis tests using p-values, because Bayesian inference is based on posterior, the inference is directly about the quantity that we are interested in estimating, such as treatment effect. In addition, it allows estimating the probability for a range of effects. In this example from a therapeutic hypothermia study, the posterior distribution in the figure shows there is 64% probability that the treatment is beneficial, defined by a reduction in the death or disability at least by 2%. Also, we can make similar inference about harm and indifference. So the inference based on posterior, especially when presented as a range such as minimal clinically important difference, can be very helpful for researchers who want to understand the evidence gap. Further, it allows quantitatively incorporating external information such as existing evidence or belief, which might be quite useful when trying to have a nuanced decision about whether a new study is needed, as the experts in the evidence-based research recommended in the Journal of Clinical Epidemiology paper. Again, these are not possible using traditional statistical method. I want to briefly mention a couple of existing Bayesian methods for determining the conclusiveness of systematic reviews. The first is Bayesian sequential meta-analysis. Here, stopping rules are applied to the posterior distribution for the overall effect size. So I think the inference from Bayesian sequential analysis is a lot more useful and relatable for researchers and clinicians because it is based on the overall effect size compared with the inference from traditional sequential meta-analysis, which is based on, again, hypothesis testing using a cumulative z-score. But this approach still relies on the binary determination of presence and absence of effects, and also does not enable that nuanced evidence-based research approach that considers a balance between existing evidence, relevance of topic, and cost of research. The next one is a very interesting method developed by Sutton and colleagues. They describe how existing evidence from a Bayesian meta-analysis can be used to determine the sample size needed in a new randomized controlled trial by simulating a new trial and including the results in an updated meta-analysis. Although this is not exactly a method to determine the conclusiveness of a systematic review results, and it relies on traditional statistical inference focusing on sample size and power of new trial that will lead to a significant p-value in an updated meta-analysis, I think it has a great potential to help implement that nuanced evidence-based research approach when deciding whether a new study is needed. So in conclusion, I believe we can help reduce waste and increase value in health research by disseminating the evidence-based research approach. But trying to determine whether a systematic review is conclusive using traditional statistical methods are not useful when implementing the evidence-based research approach because they rely on hypothesis tests using p-value and binary interpretation of results. Instead, by taking full advantage of the Bayesian method, we might be able to find a way to implement that nuanced assessment of incremental value from a new study, while considering the best available evidence, expertise of clinicians, and patients' preference. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Jean-Luc. Can we have Jean-Luc join me?
He's here.
Oh, he's here. Great. Hey, Jean-Luc. Thank you for that very clear presentation of what could have been a very challenging topic for people to grasp, given its statistical nature. So I appreciate that. I see one question in the chat so far. Please add questions, and I have some other questions. So I'll ask the one from Judith in chat. Do you think the field of the negative cumulative meta-analysis that you showed, I can't remember what topic that was, could have agreed on the smallest effect of clinical relevance?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that question. So as a clinician, we want to understand how effective treatment might be rather than whether there's a conclusive research evidence, where the traditional method like sequential meta-analysis is focusing on, which is there a conclusive answer to the questions or not? So yeah, I think having the smallest effective size, that's more useful to clinicians and researchers.
So a somewhat related question from Hans, and I had a similar one, is could you elaborate a little more on how you see the Bayesian approach allowing what we suggested in the series, allowing for more inclusion of clinician expertise, cost of research, context-based patient preferences?
Yeah, so I didn't make it clear at the end after discussing Sutton's paper, but there are several different ways that the values and preference can be included in evaluating the value of new study. The first one is you can use prior to distribution of effect, because that can be estimated from evidence, but also preference or belief. So that's one way. The second way is you can build a more complex Bayesian model, like decision analytical model, and include patients and clinicians' expertise in there, and use simulation to understand how they have downstream benefit or harm, and then evaluate the value of your research proposal.
So speaking of value, just as a follow-up, could you incorporate value, such as from the funder's perspective or from a policymaker's perspective? Would you incorporate that using the prior, or is that fair? Or how would you incorporate that?
It can be included in the prior. Let's say the funders or researchers have really skeptical view about the treatment, or very enthusiastic view about the treatment. That can be incorporated in the prior. But also more complex values like patient's preference and clinicians' expertise, like minimally clinically effective size, that can be built into the decision models.
Okay. So I'll take the chair's prerogative and ask you some of my questions, because I don't see any others. So please add. Oh boy. Okay. I'll let Margalisa read that first, and then I'll ask my question. I will take the chair's prerogative. I have two questions. They're a little bit moving outside of the little further away from your presentation, but so one of the things that we've talked about in the field is not just at the beginning of a study, justifying the study, but at the end, setting the trial results or the study results within the context of the existing evidence. Could you see using this method to allow that? So for example, in a report of a trial, would they redo a Bayesian meta-analysis to show the results?
Definitely. So Bayesian method has three components, as I presented: prior, the likelihood, and posterior. So your results from the study should and can and should always be included in your conclusion. So using, you can, at the end of the trial, your trial result can be understood as a part of your overall, the whole body of evidence.
So culturally, do you think it's appropriate for people such as the EBR network and others to advocate for trialists or study investigators to do that in their reports of trials?
I think so. I think we should.
Okay.
And I think that's one of the core concepts of evidence-based research, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not only start with the systematic review of existing evidence, but use that evidence to conclude, make a conclusion about the overall evidence. Yeah.
All right, I have another question before I ask my other question. There's some comments from Judith, so I'll leave them for you to look at and maybe comment on after. Another question from Hans. Would the perspectives, values, and preferences of end users of the planned new research as presented in qualitative evidence synthesis be used in the same way?
That's a challenging question, I think. Maybe that is my answer. You know, this is a quantitative research, so you're incorporating the advantage of Bayesian method is that you can do that explicitly, quantitatively, because even if we are using a traditional method, our decision is very implicit. So let's say you're making a complex decision, clinical research decision. Your evidence is there, but you are always making a decision using not only evidence, but also other information like patient's value, etc. from systematic review of qualitative studies, maybe. Bayesian method, the advantage is that you're able to do that explicitly and quantitatively. So maybe you can translate the evidence from qualitative research into quantitative value. For example, let's say the patients are interested in fatigue, and you're going to have to translate that into the scale. Let's say a treatment has an adverse effect, for example, fatigue, and you're going to have to translate into some numeric value and incorporate it into your decision models.
Okay, thank you. So this might be sort of a weird or naive question. Is there a way, in terms of sort of a proof of concept, would there be a way to apply what you're suggesting to an existing cumulative meta-analysis, maybe one like Ferguson that has been used to show potential waste or redundant trials? Is there a way to apply Bayesian analysis to show where we should have stopped?
So I think that's an interesting question. I think we can do that. The last slide that I showed, I'm suggesting that's what I'm working towards. But important question is, rather than binary conclusion about where we need to stop, how valuable the study is. So deciding whether something has concluded or where we need to draw the line is important in regards to identifying research waste. But looking forward, if you want to increase the value of the research overall and give some guidance for researchers, I think it's far more important to understand how valuable your research is, rather than is it waste or not. And then I think we can do that using existing data.
Yeah, I think that might be an interesting exercise, especially for funders or, yeah, interesting.
There is one more question.
Oh, I see a question from Stephen. In your opinion, how has the EBR network so far been working with collaborators from developing countries? I ask this because I imagine decision makers and regulators in developing countries are harder to reach with this kind of approach to support or not a new trial. So I guess maybe think about, Jean-Luc, how what you're proposing could translate to other countries more globally, to where research environment might be different.
So the philosophy and method should be applicable to everywhere, but maybe more important for area where the resources are limited. That way, we focus on, it might be more attractive to area where the resources are limited because it leads to better use of resources. So if we can prove this is useful in understanding the value of future research, I think there are many opportunities we can approach middle and low income countries, funders from that area, and do project with them.
Great. Great. So I think maybe what we'll do, Jean-Luc, if you're available after Mike's talk, if we have time, we can come back and have any additional discussion. But I'm going to turn it over now to Małgorzata to introduce Mike Clark.
Thank you, Karen. Good afternoon, everybody. Our next speaker is Professor Mike Clark. Professor Clark is the director of the Northern Ireland Methodology Hub, director of the Northern Ireland Clinical Trials Unit, and coordinating editor of the Cochrane Methodology Review Group. For almost 30 years, Professor Clark has been involved in the design and conduct of rigorous assessment of the effects of interventions through the use of randomized trials and systematic reviews. And he's been advocating for the use of systematic reviews in the design and reporting of clinical trials. With Professor Clark's talk, we are going back to the theme, looking back to move EBR forward. And the topic of the talk is the present and the future of EBR in the light of 1998 paper. Professor Clark, over to you.
Hello, I'm Mike Clark from Queen's University Belfast in Northern Ireland. And it's my pleasure to spend the next 20 minutes or so talking to you about evidence-based research, reflecting on its past, present and future in the context of a paper that we published in JAMA in 1998. It's this paper. And it looked at the discussion sections in reports of control trials published in general medical journals. We place it in context. Evidence-based research should design the new study on the basis of a systematic review of what has gone before. Integrate the findings of the study in the context of what has gone before. And the work that was published in JAMA in 1998 came from a presentation to the third peer review congress in Prague the previous year. And in that presentation, we sought to answer the question, was a systematic review included or mentioned in the discussion section of each of the 26 reports of randomized trials published in May 1997 in Annals of Internal Medicine, BMJ, JAMA, The Lancet, and the New England Journal of Medicine? The story began even before then. In 1996 in JAMA, the first version of the consort statement was published, which many of you will be familiar with as guidance on the reporting of clinical trials. And what did it say about this concept of evidence-based research? What did it say about discussion sections? It said, it recommended, state general interpretation of the data in light of the totality of the available evidence. So that was one of the recommendations in the first consort statement. And it stimulated the idea of doing the research that was published in 1998. But we can go back even further. Let's go back a further 10 years. Lancet 1986, the report of the ISIS-1 trial, which looked at atenolol for the treatment of people with a suspected myocardial infarction. If you jump to its discussion section, what does it include? It includes the results of what we would now call a meta-analysis of the similar trials. Figure 2 presents the mortality in the ISIS-1 trial and all the other available trials of intravenous beta blockade for acute myocardial infarction. So here's an example from 1986, but let's look further into that issue of the Lancet. An accompanying editorial talking about the ISIS-1 results also had this. The ISIS paper has a lengthy tailpiece reviewing previous randomized trials of beta blockade. There is good case for such analyses, but if anyone suggests that they should become a regular feature of clinical trial reports, the Lancet would lead the opposition. So here we have an article doing what we would like to see done now, but in an editorial that accompanied it, caution from the journal. Let's also think, what is this research all about? Well, health and social care research should allow us to predict what might happen in the future so that we can improve health and well-being and prevent premature deaths. That's what we're in as we work as researchers. So why do researchers conduct and report randomized trials? Well, it's to move research forward. It's to improve healthcare. It's to enhance their career, perhaps. And if they place their findings in the context of a systematic review, that should help with all three. But the question was, do they do it? And the question remains today, do they do it? So what did the authors expect to happen by publishing their trials if they didn't put them in the context of an up-to-date systematic review? Did they want readers to focus on their new findings only, or did they want readers to construct a systematic review for themselves? If they wanted to do those three things on the previous slide, they, as the authors, should have done it. So let's go back to the 1998 paper. And we looked in that paper, in the discussion sections, for each of those 26 reports of trials from those 5 major journals to see, was it the first trial of the question? Did it contain an updated systematic review integrating the new results? If it didn't, did it discuss a previous review but without any attempt to integrate the results? Or was there no systematic attempt to set the new context in the context of previous trials? Maybe some trials were mentioned, but no clear indication that those trials have been systematically identified and included. What did we find? Well, 1 appeared to be the first trial, 4 mentions of previous reviews, and 10 no apparent systematic attempt. What about integrating the systematic review with the new results? 2 of them, 2 of those first 10. What did we conclude? Those who turn to reports of trials to help guide treatment deserve nothing less than a discussion of the totality of the relevant evidence, picking up on the text from the consort statement that had appeared earlier. To paraphrase John Donne, no trial is an island, entire of itself. Every trial is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. Moving on, that led to what we'll now be presenting to you, Islands, what we're calling Islands 25. Because the Islands work was repeated, and Phil Alderson, Ian Chalmers, Sally Hopewell and myself, in 97, 2001, 2005, 2009, 2012, and this year, 2022. Again, same 5 medical journals, looking at the reports of randomized trials to answer 2 questions now. Does the introduction section mention a systematic review that was used in the design of the trial? We've done that since 2009. Does the discussion section include an updated systematic review integrating the results of the new trial, or mention a systematic review of the same topic? So both questions posed since 2009, the discussion section since the 1998 paper, which looked at the May 1997 reports. So here's the result for the introduction sections to begin with, and then I'll come back to the discussion sections. So 2009, 29 reports of trials, 5 claiming to be the first trial, 1 appearing to have used an updated systematic review to help design the trial, describing it clearly in the introduction section, 10 previous reviews discussed, 4 discussing other trials, and no mention of other trials, no mention that they were claiming to be the first trial in 9 of them. Repeated in 2012, 35 reports of trials now in the sample from May of that year, 5 first trials, 1 review being used to design, clearly being used to design the new trial, 13 previous systematic reviews mentions, 10 mentions of other randomized trials, and 6 no reference to other trials, reviews, or any claim to be the first trial. And then this year, 2022, 34 reports of trials, and again you can see a fairly similar pattern, but perhaps with an increase in the number of trials that are reporting a systematic review in their introduction section as part of the background for this new trial. But a few more are using a review, clearly using a review to design the new trial, but it's still the vast majority are not taking that step. But we are seeing an increase over time in the number that are mentioning reviews, but maybe that shouldn't be surprising given that we've gone from perhaps a few thousand reviews in the 1990s to hundreds of thousands of reviews now. There is many more reviews available for researchers to use in their reports. Let's step back to the discussion sections and let's jump you to the next time that this was done in 2001. 33 reports of randomized trials in the May 2001 issues of those 5 journals. 3 appear to be the first trial. None of them did what had been done in the 1997 sample, integrating the findings into a new updated systematic review. Previous review mentioned in a few of them, no apparent systematic attempt in the majority of them. 2004, 18 trials, so a drop in the number of trials reported in May of that year. Again, no updated systematic reviews integrating the results of the trial. Bumping along, low numbers of reviews being mentioned, and more than half of them making no apparent systematic attempt to place the trial's findings in context. We go to 2009, 29 reports, another one with an updated systematic review in the discussion section, and the tending now to start increasing the mentions of reviews. 2009, results were published in a research letter in The Lancet in 2010, and it was accompanied by an editorial. And what did the editorial say? Well, it actually highlighted that in July 2005, Lancet editors wrote that we will require authors of clinical trials submitted to the Lancet to include a clear summary of previous research findings and to explain how their trials findings affect this summary. It was published alongside the research letter, which they highlighted in the editorial, concluded that there is no evidence of progress since 1997 and that editors and authors are not informing sufficiently those who have to make decisions about healthcare. At The Lancet, we feel especially ashamed in view of our earlier commitment. How can editors guide authors to achieve this goal? The Lancet has decided to ask authors to put their work into context of what has gone before and to add a panel to the discussion section, and this is still there in The Lancet, the Research in Context panel. We looked again in 2012. What did we find across these 5 journals? 35 reports of randomized trials from the May issues, pattern not changing very much, and if anything, going in the wrong direction. Again, we're up to more than half of those reports of those randomized trials had no apparent systematic attempt in their discussion section to place the findings in the context of other research. So what did we do? We moved on to start thinking about Islands 25. And we searched the journals all over again in May of 2022. And we found 34 reports of randomized trials. Only one with an updated systematic review and a meta-analysis in this case in its discussion section, a report of the remdesivir results from the Solidarity trial in COVID-19 in The Lancet. Here's the data. 7 first trials in those 34, 1 updated systematic review integrating the new results. Happier times, 17. Now mentioning other reviews, but again, as I've said, that's against a background of a massive increase in reviews over these 25 years. And 9 with no apparent systematic attempt to place the findings. Standout figures, well, 73% of all of the articles, or 76% if we discount the article claiming to be the first trial in 1997, made no apparent systematic attempt to set the new results in the context of other trials. 2022, it's reversed. From 3/4 not doing it down to 1/4, 26% of the 34 reports, or 33% of the 27 reports that were not claiming to be the first trial had no systematic attempt in their discussion section that was apparent to us as we checked those sections. On a positive note though, over half of all of the 34 reports, and 2/3 if we discount the reports that appeared to be the first trial, did mention or did include a systematic review. But again, remember, only one integrated the findings of the new trial into the context of what had gone before. So what would we conclude from this and the reflections on what might happen, what could happen into the future? People making decisions about health and social care need to feel confident when using the results of randomized trials. This requires trials to be designed in light of other similar research to ensure that they are really needed and will answer a relevant question. We don't want research waste. We don't want trials being done that are not needed because the answer is already out there. We don't want trials being done that are not answering the question that really matters. We don't want trials being done in ways that are suboptimal. We need trials to become more efficient and more effective ways of identifying beneficial and harmful effects of health and social care, so that that information can be used to improve health and well-being and prevent premature deaths. It also requires that when the trial is over, trials need to be reported in the context of other similar research, so that the users of that report are able to consider the totality of the relevant evidence. Again, if I take you back to one of the early slides, if the authors don't do that, who's going to do it? The reader is not going to be able to do it. But maybe we need to start thinking about some intermediary reflecting on the 25 years where we have seen an increased reference to systematic reviews in the discussion section, but we have not seen any increase in the number of discussion sections that include an updated systematic review integrating the findings. At present, if I reflect, over 25 years, there have been some improvements. Mostly those improvements seem to have appeared in the last decade. Again, Ireland's was paused from 2012 till now. And we don't know, when did things start being different? We didn't do a 2016 or a 2017 one, but in 2022 it's certainly looking better than it was looking even a decade ago, and certainly much better than it was looking 25 years ago. For the future, well, researchers designing trials need to build from an up-to-date systematic review, and those responsible for reporting trials need to ensure that this is done in the context of an up-to-date review. That's what evidence-based research needs. 1998 paper, we concluded the best way to report the findings of a new trial in the context of earlier studies would be to include an updated systematic review in the discussion section. So that's what was written, 1998. Let's also look at what the Lancet 2010 editorial was saying. Authors should either report their own up-to-date systematic review or cite a recent systematic review of other trials, putting their trial into context, but not necessarily undertaking a formal meta-analysis, which is beyond the scope of most authors and can be a paper in its own right. And it's important to reflect back to that from the 2009 sample that led to the 2010 paper and led to the accompaniment of that paper by this editorial, recognizing that maybe the full-blown meta-analysis is not something that should be seen in the discussion sections. And we do need to reflect on that and how that might be achieved, if not in the discussion section. So the 2022 approach might be to say that the best way to report the findings of a new trial in the context of earlier studies would to be reporting an updated systematic review within or alongside that trial. Maybe we need to find a mechanism that will plug the results of the new trial into the previous systematic review or into a collection of the evidence or into a new meta-analysis. And maybe that is something that shouldn't be seen as the responsibility solely of the researchers who've done the new trial. Reflect back. Evidence-based research should design the new study on the basis of a systematic review of what has gone before. Integrate the findings of the new study in the context of what has gone before. And if we step back to the 1998 paper, one of the conclusions was, if in planning their study the trialists had to identify and consider relevant prior research, then the production of a systematic review to incorporate their eventual results should be much easier. In addition, with the rapidly increasing number of systematic reviews, trialists should be increasingly able to find a ready source for the context in which to set their research. 1998, a sense that the number of reviews is rapidly increasing, a sense that it should become easier and easier for researchers to do this, a sense that if only they did it before they did their new study, it would be so much easier for them to plug things in. That was in 98. We're still not seeing that integration inside the reports of trials. And maybe that's why we need to start thinking about ways that we can get reviews updated alongside the new trial, if not within the new trial. So thank you very much for listening. I look forward perhaps to an ISLANS 30, ISLANS 40, ISLANS 50. We've no plans to do those. We hope that if somebody does do that, and maybe one of you watching, will go away and plan and do this in those years to come. We look forward to seeing better evidence-based research, better use of existing evidence to design new studies, better use of existing evidence to place those new studies in context, and possibly a new approach to figuring out how to place those research findings in the context of the totality of the available evidence, so that the hopes of the first draft of the first version of Consort can come to fruition, and so that the lengthy tail piece that the Lancet editors didn't want appearing in many publications after that report of ISIS 1, maybe that lengthy tail piece is alongside and not within the report of the trial. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for an excellent talk. At the same time, depressing and encouraging results. So we have a lot of work to do. At the same time, we don't see much effects. It's very slowly progressing. So we have a few questions from the chat. Question from Hans. The interpretation of the author's use of systematic reviews in introduction and discussion can be difficult, as they use different ways to state what they did. How did you and co-authors define the formulation of good and bad answer?
Thanks, Hans. Thanks for the opportunity to be a speaker in this, and I've been enjoyed listening to some of the earlier ones, which reflect some of this of what we were trying to do and what has and hasn't happened. So in terms, two people in the team always independently checked each report of the trial to try and ensure consistency, and then we calibrated across all four of us. For ISLANS 25, all four of us have been involved. But it is a big challenge. It would be so much easier if researchers use fairly standard language. So we struggled to know when they referred to a review in their introduction, was it to set the scene at the time they were now writing the introduction in the results paper, or was it what they thought 3 or 5 years ago when they designed the study? They didn't make it clear how they'd actually used the in the design, if they had used it in the design. And to a large extent, one of the sad things in the discussion sections is that they are increasingly referring to reviews. And I said this in the video because that's partly for more reviews. So did they actually refer to the review in a way that they tried to even non-quantitatively integrate the findings? We struggled with that. And so to a large extent, we end up simply looking and saying, do they cite a review? Is that, maybe that's better. But, and again, I've picked this up from other talks over these 2 days. Maybe they're selectively citing reviews now, because maybe there were 10 reviews they could cite. And so in the old days, they cited the one trial they wanted to cite because it agreed with them. Now, maybe they cite the one review they want to cite because it agrees with them. And so I think our next challenge is going to be, have they systematically looked for systematic reviews? And are we heading towards requiring overviews of reviews? I think what we really want is that integrated result. And I think we've got to reflect that 25 years of people hoping that was going to happen, we're bumping along. I think I need to look at my slides, but I think it's 7 or 8 integrated, most of them in the Lancet. So the Lancet's got a great history from ISIS 1 and the lengthy tailpiece criticism through to it being the main place where these integrated meta-analyses have appeared.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up? Sorry. Thank you, Mike. And I do want to also acknowledge your landmark work in this field. It's I mean, we're standing on shoulders. You've heard that a few times over the last few days. But certainly thank you for being those shoulders for so many of us. In relation to interpreting how they may or may not have used systematic reviews, one of the things that I think you mentioned in your paper, and I know that I did when I did sort of a mini version of what you guys did for my dissertation, that some trial reports claim that they were the first trial, but it's clear that they weren't. So did you also, how did you determine whether they were truly the first trial, or did you?
No, we didn't. We just took their claim, but what we have seen is people can claim to be the first trial, and then as you try and even see inside their text, it's because it's not quite as silly as it's the first trial that was done on a Tuesday in August. It's that definition of, is it really the first trial? And the first trial numbers have gone up and down over the 25 years. So we haven't gone further. And I see there's a thing in chat from Clara as well. Are we confident that it's the first trial? Did they have an opportunity to cite a systematic review and they haven't taken it? Did they cite the best one? We've not gone deeper than that. What we were simply trying to say is, in this report, is the reader getting what the reader should be demanding? And they're still not. And I think these are challenges, and they've come up over the 2 days. Do the researchers have the skills to do these things? Maybe they don't, but maybe we need to find a way to bring them together with people that do have the skills. Talking about the automation of reviews. Maybe we can find ways that in the interval between you submitting your paper for peer review, that somebody tries to run something automated against it. Unfortunately, I missed Paul Glazew's talk yesterday, and we've been working on some thinking with Paul about how those of you familiar with Cochrane reviews may not know, probably don't know, that you can download the data set for every Cochrane review from the Cochrane library. So you can download that into statistical software and add in a line for the new trial and draw a new forest plot. We're not seeing people do that. So there are some short circuit ways. And I do feel that as reviews have become more common, we've got to find a way to structure them so that that trialist the trialist or someone, maybe it's going to be down to the journals, can publish alongside that trial an updated meta-analysis. And I will just keep going just on a moment. Some of you will have heard what we call SWOT, studies within a trial, which is a concept to embed methodology research in trials. What we are trying to build with Sean Truick in Aberdeen, in some part of an organisation called Trial Forge, is a way that where the SWOTs could be shown with a cumulative right alongside them, because we're trying to coordinate that SWOT activity much more. So somebody may say, I'm going to embed a $10 incentive for retention. Okay, do it. And then when you report that result, update the forest plot of the effects on it. An advantage of the SWOTs could well be that we may only have 1 or 2 outcomes in each of them. So maybe there's going to be 1 or 2 forest plots. But it is something to reflect on. 25 years, what's changed. One of the things that's changed in reports of trials is that there are many, many, many more reviews to cite. And I think, as you've heard over the 2 days, that's not necessarily a good thing.
Yeah. Thank you. And also some of the reviews are not of very good quality, we must say, right? So that's another job to do before you cite in the review, to check how deliverable that review is.
Yeah, we know from decades, people don't necessarily check what they cite.
Yeah,
so somebody could, I've heard people are telling us we should cite reviews in our discussion. Quick, go to PubMed, find one. Oh, look, there's one. Oh, okay, cite it. Referees will be happy. Editors will be happy. Yeah, we just know from other research that people cite things without necessarily reading them, and you can end up with this sort of chain of you're citing it because somebody else cited it who had misinterpreted it, but you've not gone back to the source material. And you have this sort of chain of misciting going on.
Thank you. Because the question regarding the lack of knowledge was posted by Hans, but you have tackled on that. But I was wondering, are you aware of any research trying to explain why you see those results? going deeper, talking to the authors, because lack of knowledge could be one of the explanations, maybe lack of awareness, but are there any other explanations you could think of?
I think time, I think lack of their research should be part of some continuum. I'm not aware of any research, and one of the challenges that people can give to us is, so we're working on the Islands 25 paper now, is are we going to put a systematic review in the discussion section? One of the challenges of that, and it's similar to being aware of other research in this area, is how to find them. Because if you go to PubMed and search for systematic reviews in randomized trials, you just hit all of the systematic reviews of randomized trials. And again, as we spoke, we're into the tens of thousands, so we're looking at ways that we could do that. So I'm not aware of research, but that's not to say there isn't any such research. And again, I think things that have highlighted over the 2 days, there's loads and loads of research going on, and we don't know it's going. No, people don't know it's going on. The methodology research, some of which you've spoken about, I think one of the regrets is that the Cochrane Methodology Register was shut down in 2012 when we had developed a template for prospective registration within it. And one of the things, I'll go back to the SWOTs, we have the SWOT repository. We maintain a SWOT repository to allow people to register their SWOTs. What I think is sad is that there is no register where people can register their methodology research, because lots has been done in the last 2.5 years looking at COVID, showing the unnecessary duplication of effort in reviews of COVID. My gut tells me there's probably unnecessarily duplication of studies of the reviews of COVID.
Yeah, as well. And I think there were more reviews than primary studies of COVID.
No, but
at some point.
it's people doing studies of those reviews to reach that conclusion. And how many methodology studies are we going to see of why did so many people do reviews of hydroxychloroquine badly? Why did so many ivermectin reviews appear? I predict we're going to see multiple methodology studies of those questions, because no one's got the ability really to register that methodology research.
So I have another question from the chat from Stephen Quadra. Could registries of systematic reviews or clinical trials and registries of clinical trials play a role in promoting that the results of clinical trials be interpreted in the context of the totality of available evidence at the time of publication, for example?
Yeah. I think so, and that's something that we're not there yet with the work on SWOTs and Trial Forge, but we may try and pilot that where somebody, so at the moment the SWOT repository is where people can register their study within a trial. We're going to enhance that to include the ability for them to report the result of their SWOT, and then we hope to be able to enhance it with a living meta-analysis type portal, where people could just slot their result in. And so trials registries, we're tiny SWOT repository, and we've no funding for it. But I think the trial registries should start thinking about not only publishing the results of the trials in the registries, but facilitating some cumulative meta-analysis possibility, which also, again, as we heard in the talk just before mine, maybe people go to register their study, find similar studies, see the cumulative meta-analysis, and change the design of their study to something better and more useful.
And can admit to that, right?
Yeah. But I think it is, why do people do research? Well, we'd hope they do it to improve health and well-being and prevent premature deaths. Maybe they just do it because it keeps them working and gets them articles, and don't know. It's sad.
Yeah. Can I ask a follow-up question? Sorry. So registries might be one way, but at the level of the journal editors or the journals, so the Lancet as an example that you point out, that there are some journals that apparently mandate this, interpreting the results within systematic review or existing evidence. But there's not, as you pointed out in the Lancet itself, recognize there's not a lot of enforcement or checking of that. Do you have any suggestions for either A, how the EBR network could advocate for that, or B, how to operationalize that for journal editors?
Well, for example, we've got the consort statement. Do all journals that adopt the consort statement make sure that all of the things that should be reported are reported? Not necessarily. You might have I don't know, beyond continuing to argue the case for why this should be done. I don't know if we need to see more, patient advocacy. And as patient advocacy is increased, it's ultimately the patients who are going to be impacted upon by the use of the findings of the research that we do. It's just, I don't know, we're 25 years on. Technology is changing incredibly quickly. And that would be one of the hopes, is the ability to plug in things to, the concept of the living review. These are new things, but there's also a part of me that says islands 30, 40, and 50. It may need a complete change in how things are published. I mean, and again, that's not new. People like Muir Gray, Richard Smith argued for how things should be published. I see in the chat, should we stop publishing individual trials and just have reviews published? Mm-hmm. Wearing a hat as a historian in the past. We're looking back 25 years and we're seeing things, we're looking back even more, testing things should be done in a certain way and it's not being done. So I don't know what the levers are. I don't know where the pressure is going to come from. Yeah,
so a related question, and obviously it seems somewhat frustrating to still be having the same conversation 25 years on, or more than 25 years on. Yeah. The other thing, I guess that's frustrating is, I think the Islands 25 will be the 6th iteration of this. Mm-hmm. All right. The first few were published in, high impact journals, but then the next ones were published in, I'll say, lower impact journals. Yeah. So does that reflect a lack of attention to what you were saying, or how do you interpret that, or should we interpret that? I'm not sure. Well, the test could be who takes Islands 25 if we go down that route. Yeah. But it could also be boredom, more of the same. I think that the Lancet taking the 2009 sample that they published in 2010, and Stephanie Clark and Richard Horton put the editorial next to it. I think that was positive, and I think the Lancet with the research in context box are moving things ahead. And I like the quote I put in from their editorial, which recognized that the meta-analysis, the full-blown meta-analysis, might not be something we should be expecting trialists to put into their paper. And that's something I reflected on as I was making this talk and looking then at the data that we hit for Islands 25. It would be good to understand why people do research, why they publish research, why journals publish research. What is it actually all about? What is it they're trying to achieve by doing that? And I think if we could understand that, then maybe we can target those motivations better. That's one of the takeaway messages I have, is I don't know why people do some of what they do. Yeah. I mean, when the higher picture should be that we're here to guide the future, to improve health and well-being and prevent people dying too early. A lot of what's going on isn't going to do that. Yeah. So it seems like part of it is tied up with this. Meta research is difficult to get published in high profile journals, but it's also difficult to get funded. Yep. Your thoughts on, I think you alluded to some of it, but I mean, how do we drive home the point that you just made, that it's it's essential to improving health research and thus improving health and avoiding waste? You mentioned funding in terms of funding for the meta research, but funding could well be one of the drivers for the new research and that ability. So we're seeing funders move to, you will publish open access.
maybe we need to be in discussions with funders about, you will place your research in context. We will facilitate that. And my hope, looking back on the 25 years and the speed of how things moved in the last 2.5 years or so with COVID, is if reviews get easier to do, and good reviews get easier to do, then maybe we can start plugging these things in, and maybe we can bring that expectation in. And I think funders are the power brokers, really. If you don't get your money, you're not going to do your study. Lots of studies might be happening without any serious funding, but if the serious big funders could say, look, we want your data to be available in some format. I'm not going to talk about that in detail, but we want it open access. We want the report open access. Maybe they need to start saying, we also want to see it integrated. We want to see you place this in context, because it's not the John Donne quote. It's not just another island popping up somewhere. It's all got, it has to come together. So it could be funders, and I would look to the younger ones to be banging on the doors of the funders to do that now, to persuade them, and with public funders. Funders are, it's public related money in some way, and there are other things they could spend their money on. So maybe we need to try and persuade them that a condition of the grant should be something along this sort of lines. And again, if people say it's too difficult to do a review and so on, well, maybe just for the primary outcome then. Whatever you based your primary outcome on, you did whatever your sample size was based on, should have been a reliable guide to what the estimate you were expecting should be. Maybe just for the primary outcome, we see a forest plot.
Thank you. So we have another question going back to plugging in the results of new trial from Benjamin Roos. I think some of the issues with just plugging in the results of a new trial into a meta-analysis are that it skips independent critical appraisal and evaluation of heterogeneity the new trial may introduce. Could you comment on that?
Well, the heterogeneity from the new trial, if it's the clinical or the methodological, that's when the systematic reviewing skills need to come in, because that's what needs to come in the review of the 7 trials. You're just plugging yours in. If it's the mathematical, where the statistics, the heterogeneity statistics are going to flag that, or the I-squared is going to rocket if you're plugging in a lot of statistical things. But I would, and again, these have then become the challenges of, do the people have the skills? Maybe we say the trialist doesn't have the skill to integrate the result. What's the practitioner meant to do? I'm not a practitioner. What's the practitioner meant to do when they see this trial and this review? They have to integrate, because they're going to have to do something for their patient. They're going to have to talk to their patient and reach a decision with their patient about whether or not to use or not use an intervention. If we're nervous that researchers can't do this, how does the practicing clinician have any hope of doing it? And that's the challenge. That's the sort of the big challenge of saying, are we just throwing it out there? Do we think do trialists think it's someone else's job to interpret the result? And if I'm ill and I go to my clinician, I want my clinician to be able to use best evidence and not to be confronted by, it causes cancer last week and it doesn't it protects you against cancer this week. The zig and zag of results findings. So someone has to do this integration, and the heterogeneity that's there. And that's where I start pushing. Maybe we need these skilled reviewers involved in partnership with the trialists, so that they can apply that thinking about heterogeneity, and so that they can deliver to the practitioner something that the practitioner can use, and something that the patients can understand as well. I mean, I think it's joint decision making now, healthcare, health and social care, and we need the results. And so you go down, then core outcome sets, another one of the initiatives I work on, are vital to what should really be being measured. And then you've got to get a clear answer, so that the people making decisions about health and social care, from the policymakers, practitioners, patients, have got a clear answer.
Our job will be to make people aware of the systematic reviews, what they mean, that not all systematic reviews are believable. That's another issue. Not all trials are needed. And a lot of work for us, right?
Yeah, but I would just always step back, a lot of work for the young ones. And but that's the business, that's the game we're in. The game we're in is about generating reliable answers. It's not about doing curiosity-based pieces of research and getting articles into journals. It's about generating reliable answers. And so, yeah, we've got to stick at it.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, the funders are the clue here. And that was also raised by Julian Sabulescu in the morning session, that the funders are the key to the ethics and also ethical research in terms of using the previous research in the next,
Yeah, so I saw his talk this morning. It was very good. And, you know, so it will be funders. He was encouraging that ethics committees have got more role in some of this decision making. But I think that's going to be incredibly burdensome on ethics committees unless we can slow down the number of proposals that go to them. But I think funders are the big player. Ethics would be even bigger if ethics committees could say, no, you cannot do this. But ethics committees don't have much authority at the end of the study. They could just stop you doing your next study. Funders might not pay you, and funders might not pay you again. So I think there is an issue with ethics committees could require the review in advance, but they're going to struggle to have any power to say you have to give us an integrated result. Funders maybe have got more power in relation to that, because they not necessarily paid the final invoice, and maybe that researcher is going to go back to them, and that funder is going to say, I don't like your track record. You didn't do what you said you would do last time. There's no next time.
But at the same time, if we are talking about funders, then we are talking because young researchers don't usually have influence over funders. That would be the job of the senior researchers, because they are in the boards, they are involved in the funding institutions. So I guess there will be job for both younger and older researchers.
Well, it's partnerships, and coming from another meeting earlier today, I think we've got to start thinking about ways that all seniors have partnered with the junior in these things, that we have shadows at these things who get to be known by people like the funders, and are then on their career trajectory. I was showing is the other key thing for some things like this network, is to identify the career trajectories of the up and coming researchers and get them tapped into positions where they will be influential in the future.
Just last question from me, because I don't see any more questions on the chat. Whether in your research environment, have you noticed any changes regarding the using the systematic reviews in the introduction and the discussion sections of the trials?
My original research environment, which some people will be aware of, is the CTSU in Oxford, Richard Peter, Rory Collins unit. And it is quite interesting, I think, to reflect that ISIS-1 is one of Richard Peter's papers, and the Solidarity trial, the one example from Islands 25, is one of Richard Peter's papers. So in that research environment, for sure, but when I've worked, as I've moved into other environments, people like me are trying to encourage people to do it. And that is one of the other issues, is maybe it requires this sort of spreading of this idea to encourage. So we would routinely, now when we're working on trials, routinely be encouraging people to put review into their report of their trial. As a trials unit director, routinely encouraging to justify the trial that they would like us to work with them on in the context of a review.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's, thank you so much. I think it's not only about skills, but it's also about this culture of it's not my job. It's like the ethics boards you mentioned, they already have a lot on their plate. They don't necessarily have the people skill to do what we were suggesting they should do. And they quite rightly might say we can't do it. We don't have the bandwidth to do it. So how do we tackle that as well? Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much, Mike, and earlier to Jean-Luc, and as San says, and I said earlier, thank you, Mike, again, for being the shoulders that so many of us stand on. Really appreciate you joining us today, and hope that you will join us in person, hopefully for the next EBR conference, to be named, to be dated. I think we are going to hand it over to Clara now for the presentations of the awards.
Yes, thank you so much, Karen. What a fantastic 2 days these have been. I personally can't wait for our next evidence-based research conference. But now to the task in hand, together with my colleagues, Karen Robinson, who you've been listening to for the last 1 hour and a bit, Tina Poklepovic and Caroline Blaine, we had the pleasurable but really difficult task to decide which of the excellent talks given by early career investigators should be crowned as the best in 2 categories. We shortlisted abstract submissions that had received the highest score during the abstract screening round, and then rated them and their recordings independently on how they conveyed the aims of their research, how they presented their results, and how closely their topic was linked to the concept and the aims of evidence-based research. We also assessed how well they dealt with questions during the live Q&A, which is always nerve-wracking, and based on the chat responses, how their talk might have resonated with the audience. And then finally, we came together as a group to select the winners. So, without further ado, please let me present the award for the best lightning talk given by an early career investigator at the 2022 Evidence-Based Research Conference. This winning talk convinced us, the award team, through its huge relevance for evidence-based research by guiding future efforts for methods development and automation of the systematic review process. So the winner is Mersiha Mahmić-Kaknjo for her lightning talk, focusing on which steps of systematic review production and updating should be prioritized for methods development and automation. Congratulations, dear Mersiha. I don't know whether Mersiha is around and whether she would want to say a few words.
Yes, I'm around. Can you hear me?
We can. Congratulations.
Wow.
What
Wow,
a fantastic...
I can't believe this. You are fantastic people. Thank you so much.
We're delighted
Thank
about
you so
it.
much. Yes, of course. This was a pleasant journey for me with EBRES, and this was so fruitful project with so many papers published with the new opportunities for research. Wow, I'm really excited. I'm really, I don't know what to say. Thank you.
Excellent. So, and next up, our award for the best oral presentation given by an early career investigator. It was not an easy task to decide on a single winner among the many excellent submissions that had been shortlisted. But this winning presentation really stood out with its innovative statistical method and collaborative work on living meta-analysis that will bear a huge promise for easier and more efficient decision-making for ongoing and planned COVID-19 research, but also in many other areas, helping to avoid research waste. So our winner for this award is Judith Der Schure for her presentation on all-in meta-analysis, furthering EBR with simpler statistics, efficiency, collaboration, and communication. Congratulations to Judith. I don't think Judith could stay on for this session, unless I'm mistaken. Just give her a moment to raise her hand. But otherwise, wonderful and well done. Huge congratulations to both our winners. who, in addition to undying fame, of course, can also attend a future in-person EBR conference for free. And now let me hand over to Tina and Hans for the closing session.
Thank you, Clara, very much. And many thanks to everyone, to our wonderful speakers, chairs, for sharing these lively, inspiring discussions. Thanks very much for young researchers who share their very interesting work. I'm sure you inspired many of us here as much as you did me, and I'm very happy that this conference is being recorded because there's so much to catch up on and to go through again and listen and really enjoy all the wonderful talks and presentations that we had here. To all the attendants, I will send a link with the certificate of attendance that they can fill in and complete. And please complete the survey that Caroline has sent. And thank you very much to all of you, the wonderful members of the scientific committee who made this happen, our friends from EBR who stepped in for chairing and for all the help we needed, thanks to Tale, whom we tortured for the last couple of months, especially the last week. And thanks to Hans for allowing me this wonderful opportunity to be here with you. Thank you very much and hope to see you in person next time. Hans.
Thank you, Tina, and I will continue thanking, because I think you should have a very great thank you, Tina, for being the chair of the scientific committee, taking care of all the small details to such an event as a conference are. So thank you so much for your great work. It has been a pleasure to work with you, and I hope we'll do that for many years in the future. Also, thank you to the scientific committee for their work and their engagement in this conference. And not at least, thank to all the technicians who are making this possible. It's not so easy as it seems. So thanks to Tale and your group of good people from the Western Norway University of Applied Sciences in Bergen in Norway. So it was a pleasure. I would just repeat exactly what Tina had stated. It has been a very nice conference. We have learned a lot, and I'm too very happy that it is recorded because there's so many good comments. So that's very nice. But an important question is, where and when for our next, the 4th evidence-based research conference? Well, we are not able to share that because no one knows. Because yesterday, from 9 to 10 p.m., we had the first general assembly of the network, who will be the continuation of the EBR cost action. And the founding steering committee haven't yet met and discussed the possibilities, but I'm quite sure we will do whatever we can to make an in-person conference. We have learned a lot being able to, during the pandemic, to have this online conference, and we have achieved a lot, but I think we really need to have an in-person conference. So that's our plan. We don't know where we will go to have it. We don't know when, but we will let all of you know as soon as we have find a good solution for that. And we will also let you know that this work that the cost action have performed and achieved will continue. Let me put it in another way. We had a meeting in Bratislava for the cost action, and we mentioned to all the participants that we will try to make some continuation of the cost action, and we asked whether they think that this was a good idea, and the only answer we got was, can we make sure that all the work we have done can continue, because we need that to be continued. So that's really a very, very strong engagement from all the participants of the cost action in Europe. And now we are going across the borders of Europe. We will go globally. We already are. And we will also go in and include other scientific disciplines. we will also try to include all other scientific disciplines that may not have the same tradition with systematic reviews and stuff like that, but they may have the same problems because our analysis of the problems within health research can be summed up in the basic attitudes and understanding of why we do research, just like Mike Clark so clearly stated in the last presentation today. So you will have an email from us about this, the continuation, and please follow the EBRES on Twitter and subscribe to the EBRES newsletter. You can find that on the EBRES.eu website, or you can simply write Caroline Blaine at EBRES.eu to make sure that you don't miss anything. So we will very much look forward to see you in our future network. So thank you for participating, and we are really looking forward to see you all soon again, as already stated, hopefully in person. Thank you, everyone, and have a nice weekend.